I just want to take a minute to recognize Fire Chief Joe Birchtold. Thank you for coming, Chief, and our members of the fire department in the back of the room. We're here tonight to honor Elijah Anderson for his heroic efforts. I'll let the chief explain, and he did some terrific things that I think saved lives and property. So, Chief, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Manager. Thank you, Council, also for your continued support. So today we're here to honor one of our own residents that did some remarkable things. We will often try to preach public education to our residents, especially our children, but you never really know if you're going to see the benefit somewhere down the road. So back on January 13th at around 10:17 a.m. in the morning, Mr. Anderson was home doing video games, I think, right? Sleeping when the smoke alarm in his apartment went off. He got up, he investigated, he went and found the bedroom to his mother was on fire. He quickly made sure she was not in the bedroom and that she had left. He confirmed that, he then shut the door, which is huge, right? By shutting the door, he delayed the fire progress, started the fire of oxygen, and slowed the fire down. It gave the fire department time to respond. It didn't end there, he went a little bit further. On his way leaving, he made sure he also shut the apartment door, again, further slowing the oxygen flow into that apartment, therefore containing the fire into that one bedroom. He then pulled the fire alarm for the entire apartment building, alerting all the occupants in the building and getting them all to start to evacuate. And then we also continued to call 911, which got the fire department there. So his quick actions, his thoughtful actions, both saved lives and prevented further fire damage, containing that fire only to the bedroom of that apartment. Again, we are so sorry for your loss and the damage to the apartment, but we want to recognize him for all those good efforts and fire safety efforts that he did in helping to save the rest of the lives of that entire apartment building. And believe it or not, this is the shift that was working that day when it happened. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, certificate here for him and a letter of recommendation. Thank you.
This is on behalf of the Teaneck Township Council, the certificate of recognition we did was absolutely heroic. We thank you for that. It means the world to us. Elijah Anderson, for your quick thinking and heroic action as a resident during an apartment fire. We thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you to our fire department as well. Our next order of business and presentations is James Ty, Teaneck Tax Assessor, to discuss the township revaluation. Mr. Ty, are you here, sir? You are. The floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and residents. James Ty, Tax Assessor, Township of Teaneck. We're here again. This is the third time in my 25 years that we've been ordered to do a revaluation of the Township of Teaneck. What that will entail is a appraisal of every property in town, a new assessment being assigned, and a new tax rate being derived from those new assessments. The process will start soon. We should be able to sign a contract soon with Appraisal Systems. They've done the last two revaluations, so they're very familiar with the town. It will start with a introductory letter telling you, basically outlining the process, introducing the company and some of their personnel. Then it will start with data collection. They'll segment the town into neighborhoods. They will then go out and inspect every property exterior. They'll attempt to gain access to do an interior inspection of every property. If they don't get into the property in the first try, They will leave a sticker on the door telling you when they'll be back again. They try to do it neighborhood specific just to make it more economical for them, I guess, so they stay in one area. More efficient is probably the word I'm looking for. So they leave a date when they'll be back. If the person is still not back, is still not there, or doesn't make a availability for them to enter, what they'll do is leave a sticker once more telling them that they'll assign an appraised value to the property. And if the people are happy with that number, there's nothing further they need do. If they wish to have an inspection after that, they can call and make an appointment to have the property inspected. We always recommend that everyone let them inside because they're going to be putting a value on your property. And of course, seeing the inside of the property is going to be very important to determining the value. Some of the factors that they consider is the size of the property, of course, location of the property, and importantly, the condition of the property. So if there's any condition issues, definitely encourage to let these people inside, point out these issues to them or whatever you feel that they need to look at to value your property. They'll certainly take notes, and if it's relevant, they'll certainly consider it in the assessed value. The end of the process or of the inspection process, what they'll do is they'll mail out letters with the values for everyone to review. They'll then set up a series of public meetings, usually at the Rota Center. That's what we've done. It's been a 2-3 week. They'll extend it as long as possible, as long as necessary. People can make appointments, show up and review their record card, their inspection notes with one of the appraisers. And if there's anything they've been missed or anything they think needs to be emphasized, they could bring it up at that time. Changes can be made if the sufficient evidence is brought to their attention. If someone is, for instance, listing their house for sale and it's less than the appraised value they got, that's something that they should know about. So you bring that to the meeting. If that's the case while they're inspecting your property, you could also bring that up and give them copies of that information. They do have access to the multiple listing services, so they do draw all the listings that are currently active. So they have that, most of that information, but once again, anything that you need to bring to their attention, you can do that either at the inspection or at one of the meetings. Once the values are set, after that process closes down, then we submit the tax list to the Board of Taxation. They accept the list by May 1st, and then we set our tax rate based on the new assessable value of the town. Now, it's a zero-sum game, basically. The budget is independent of the assessable value. So we have a significantly higher assessed value. That means we're going to have a lower tax rate. You're collecting the same amount of money. You'd just be dividing the budget by a larger number, and you're going to come up with a lower tax rate. How that shakes out to individual properties depends on where your property value falls on the spectrum of all property values. There's 12,000 moving parts in this process. That's about how many properties we have in town. So depending where you fall is what effect it's going to have on your property tax bill. Typically, you're going to see a large number of properties are going to have about the same tax impact as they would have any other year. 2, 1.5, 3% increase, whatever our tax rate is. There are some properties, obviously, that are going to go up in taxes because their properties increased more in value relative to other properties in town, which means there's a corresponding number of properties where their tax bills will actually go down because someone else is now paying more, so they're going to pay less. I'm certain you're going to hear from the people who end up paying more, and you will not hear anything from someone who's paying less. They'll probably think they got away with something, but it's just a redistribution of the tax burden. The last one we did was 2015, which is not that long ago. Obviously, we've had a lot of changes in value. The property markets, residential properties have skyrocketed, Teaneck across the whole country, but Bergen County in particular. But it's been somewhat of an even distribution. So hopefully we won't see some massive shift from one neighborhood to another. commercial properties, obviously they follow different trends in residential properties. And, you know, we all have seen what's happened with some of the office and retail properties lately. They've kind of suffered through this whole pandemic thing. Office occupancy patterns are much different now than they were prior. So sometimes you'll see a shift in value from them to some of the residents. That's a possibility. We'll have to study what impacts. We'll look at their rent rolls. We'll see how that's impacted their value. We have a number of large apartment buildings in town. Obviously, they've done quite well through this whole pandemic-related market. Residential rental properties are one of the fastest increasing real estate markets in the last 5-10 years. So you may see some value transferred to them from the residents. But we won't know till it's all done and we see where all the moving parts stop moving, and then the implications will be shown up in the tax bills. So that's just a basic overview.
Thank you, Mr. Ty. Does anyone in council have any questions? Mr. Schwartz?
Obviously, there's the office building, the hotels. Well, the hotel had some occupancy, thankfully, during COVID, so that may help. When does this take effect? When would this be for next year, next summer? I say that because I'm very nervous that the office buildings will take a huge decrease, which may result in the residential picking up a sizable portion of that, unless the apartment buildings, which thankfully we built, pick up some of that. So what's the
order
delay?
is to go in on the books for calendar year 2024. The assessments are always established for the calendar year. They may not be finalized till February, March, but it's for the calendar year, because your first half of any year, your tax bills are estimates.
Got it. So that's
based
what
on
we're looking at.
Your
All right.
assessment from the prior year.
Thank you.
Ms. Goldberg?
Why do we have to do one if it's less than 10 years?
I'm sorry?
You said the last one was 2015. Why are we doing another one if it's less than 10 years?
We get ordered based on our statistical profile by the Bergen County Board of Taxation. They have 9 different criteria that they look at, and we start falling below what they consider an equitable taxation, and they're going to order us.
When did we get this notice?
When we get it last year.
Deputy Mayor G?
The new high density residential buildings, if they have pilot agreements, are they exempt from the revaluation?
No, they'll get the pilots consist of 2 components. There's a taxable component, typically the land, and then the pilot is based on usually 12.5% of whatever gross income. So that 12.5% of the gross income is going to remain the same, but their land will be reassessed.
Got it.
Ms. Belcher?
There have been a lot of new neighbors in town since 2015. Would you think that this is a good topic for a town hall meeting where we could have, neighbors kind of like calling into Zoom to find out specific questions about, the whole process? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, we've always had town meetings. The first revaluation under my tenure was in 2007. Prior to that was 1992. So it had been many, many years. And right before that were revaluations in Bergenfield and some others that didn't end well. So there was a lot of concern. We had 7 or 8 public meetings. After the 5th one, the interest started waning. People who wanted to come had come, and then we cut the last 2. But we typically will set up as many public meetings as necessary as the council calls for. Usually the last one, because 2007, then we had 2015, interest wasn't as great because most people had been through it already. So I believe we had 3 public meetings, but the option was there. If we needed another one, we could have another one. Appraisal Systems has always been willing to send people, and public relations is a huge part of it. And, you want to give people accurate information as to what's going on, because different groups, different people hold themselves out as experts, and then they start with different theories about why it's being done and what's being done. So it's better to give people information right from the company that's doing it, And they can ask any questions, and if they have any concerns, they can address them at those meetings. So the more meetings, the better. But there is a limit usually to when they start being effective.
Karen?
Just can we send the information out to the town so that people don't get nervous when people come knock on their door? Will we
Yeah, there'll
continue
be-
to notify and notify?
There'll be an introductory letter, and then typically they'll take like an ad in the local paper telling them that it's coming out too.
Nixle, phone call, the works, the Dean works?
And then we have IDs issued by the police department to all their inspectors. And they're told to expect them but right at the start, we can't say this neighborhood's gonna be this month, because sometimes they work it depending on their staffing, they do have other jobs going at the same time, so it's tough to say, be here this day. They're just saying, if you get a knock on the door, they're legit, just ask for their ID. And often they'll call my office too, because they have their number and then we can verify if that person is in fact an inspector.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Katz.
So this is going to cost us over $1 million, and there have been significant increases throughout the town of property values. So there's going to be a few people in town that are going to get hurt. In my opinion, hurt is a relative word, but surprised with the new. What would happen if we just held off and didn't do the reval?
Well, we did that before. We went to
Yes.
court. And then what ended up is, instead of doing it in 1999, we ended up doing it in 2007, and then 2008 and 9, we had issues with the market. I said, when's a good time to do this? By some people's opinion, never. But, the definition of equity is everyone being assessed according to the same percentage of what they're worth. So people whose values, whose tax bill went up significantly. I understand their issue, but the fact is, if it went up significantly, that means they were probably not paying as much as they should have all along, which means somebody else was paying too much. So this is, there's no penalty for that. They should be happy. They got away with it for a number of years, but now we're rebalancing, and there are people who are going to now have their tax burden reduced. Because now everyone's going to be paying what they should pay. So I guess it depends on.
So are there towns that you're familiar with in Bergen County that take the position that we're not doing it?
I guess you can take the position, but then they will go to the tax court and have it enforced. The town will have to answer why they're not doing it.
Right.
Because the assessments fall under the jurisdiction of the Board of Taxation and ultimately the Director of Division of Taxation.
Ms. Goldberg?
So I just a quick question. So I think a lot of people assume that with the reval that it means more money for the township. Can you just explain to the residents how it affects the total bill?
Well, it doesn't mean more taxes. The council's responsible for the budget. You make up the budget independent of the total taxable base of the township. You make your budget based on your needs of your departments and what your residents have asked you to do for them. So that's not going to change. It's just dividing up who's going to pay what of that budget. The budget's going to be the same. You're going to have your same increase, decrease, hold it the same, whatever you are going to do to respond to the needs of the township. Just it's going to be divided by, in this case, we can say with confidence, it's going to be a higher rateable base. You divide that same budget by a higher number, you come out with a lower tax rate.
Mr. Ty, what's the difference between this revaluation and a rolling revaluation?
The rolling revaluation is something that comes afterwards. Right now, that requires a revaluation to bring everyone up to 100% value, because the values right now are a base year 2014. So we are 6 or 9 years out from that. So you have to bring them up to a current value. Then a rolling revaluation is a maintenance of those values going forward. So there's a cost associated with having them maintain the values. They'll do market studies each year. And then if there are changes, they'll reflect those changes in new assessments for properties. One thing that can avoid is that you won't get any massive shifts because the changes from year to year are going to be relatively small. And you could head off some, if we're going into another crisis, maybe you can head it off by lowering the assessments ahead of time. But once again, then you'll be raising the tax rate to collect the same amount of money. And then one of the other benefits that they're touting is you won't have to redo it 10 years because you'll have been updating it all along. But there is a cost associated with that.
Okay. Does anyone on council have any further questions? No? Thank you, Mr. Ty, for your time.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it. The next order of business is our Team Health Officer, Courtney Sartain, to discuss chickens. Ms. Sartain, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. It's nice to be here with all of you this evening, especially talking about chickens. Is the PowerPoint going up? Okay. Am I gonna see it or, okay. I can't see behind me. Okay. Okay. Can everybody hear me okay? Good. Okay. So while we're pulling this PowerPoint up, the objective of this presentation is to really address the public health concerns associated with backyard chickens. As a health officer, my role is advisory, and I obviously want to protect the public health and welfare of the residents, all the residents of Teaneck. So with that being said, I'm going to keep this very brief because I know we all have a long meeting ahead of us. And I'm going to address these concerns in 3 buckets: communicable diseases, pest and predator control, public health nuisances, and then we're going to move to what the original proposed ordinance did not address. Next slide. So some of the most popular communicable diseases associated with backyard chickens are listed on this screen. 2 of the most popular being Campylobacteriosis and Salmonella. Avian flu, which has become popular this year because this is why we're seeing chicken and egg shortages, and specifically the highly pathogenic avian flu, something that's impacted the entire country. I think I read that there was over 52 million chickens that died from avian influenza in the United States. In New Jersey, there have been 4 backyard flocks impacted by avian influenza, the last detection being here in Bergen County that impacted a backyard flock of 60 chickens. We don't know where in Bergen County. The Department of Agriculture does not release that, but the most recent detection in late 2022 was here in Bergen County. Next slide. So there's been over 70 salmonella outbreaks linked to live poultry since 2000. And I'm going to show you some data about salmonella outbreaks across the country, but I just did, being an epidemiologist, I did want to share that it's when people are sick and they have some GI symptoms, the only way to definitively diagnose is to order a GI panel. Unfortunately, you have to submit to a stool sample for that. So these numbers are much lower than they would be because when people get sick and they have GI symptoms, often we hear, I have food poisoning, but we don't actually know what pathogen it is unless it's tested. Next slide. So this is some data. I pulled data from 2018 through 2022 related to salmonella that CDC has associated with backyard poultry. You can see these numbers. I'm not going to go over all of them with you, but we do have people dying related in all of these outbreaks. Also, one of the most notable things that I'd like to mention is that over 20% of all the total illnesses in each of these years have been in children under the age of 5. So typically we see GI illnesses impact our most vulnerable populations, those being children, immunocompromised individuals, and also older adults. Next slide. Here's just some more data. I love data. Next slide. The second public health concern we have being pest and predator control. Chickens are a natural host for some pests, mites, lice, and fleas. And there is also the risk of attraction of other animals with backyard flocks. more undomesticated animals, more potential for rabies exposure. Rabies is 100% fatal. This is certainly an issue. Also with dealing with things like food being scattered across the backyard and different things like that, you run the risk of also rodents, which the health department does get quite a number of phone calls about. Next slide. And then overall, the department, my department, the health department, which is awesome, by the way. I just wanted to congratulate Dean and Council and Tom on such a wonderful department that I got to inherit. These are things that we are dealing with on a daily basis, not related to chickens, but on a daily basis. And these are what we would consider public health nuisances, things like noise, odor, and also pests, harborage for rodents, and property maintenance issues, which also does fall under the health department. Next slide. And so I won't go into detail about all of the different things that were not addressed in the original proposed ordinance, but I did a fair amount of research with my colleagues, my other health officers, with the New Jersey Department of Agriculture and with the USDA related to issues that they've seen with backyard chickens. My staff weighed in heavily on this, since if passed, we will be the agency responsible for enforcement of this ordinance. So these are things that were not initially addressed, but were addressed in a new ordinance by myself and the attorney. Should it pass. Next slide. And just while I wrap up, just a special thanks. I'm a new health officer. I'm really happy to be here, but I really wanted to take the time to thank my colleagues for weighing in and sharing their challenges and their successes with backyard chickens, and also for the time that the USDA and the New Jersey Department of Agriculture took to talk to me and really share some nuances about chickens. I learned far more than I ever thought I would. Next slide. And then I'm happy to take questions from Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Sartain. Does anyone on council have any questions? Ms. Belcher?
You had mentioned that there was a outbreak here in Bergen County. Any insight in terms of like the town and what was the actual disease?
So it was avian influenza. The New Jersey Department of Agriculture does not release individual towns, but there have been detections in Monmouth, Ocean, and Bergen County. And it was, the information that we do have was that it was a flock of about 60 birds, and it was non-commercial. It was a backyard flock.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can we just go back to the things that weren't addressed in the ordinance and just go through them, because it's really hard for me to see?
Sure.
And all those things were corrected in the new ordinance that's being introduced tonight?
Correct.
Can we call it up on the screen, please?
So the first one is preventative pest control. I have heard from multiple colleagues that the rodent issues and or predator issues associated with backyard chickens have been an issue. And so the provision in the new ordinance would be that professional pest control services would need to be provided by the resident who has the backyard chickens. Next, we have where poultry can be purchased. So this has a lot to do with NPIP, the National Poultry Improvement Plan, which is done through the USDA and the Department of Agriculture. So if you sort of just randomly buy poultry some places, then they're not following the import rule, which is also a regulation through the state. So if you buy poultry through hatcheries or even through a store like Tractor Supply, they're participating in this NPIP program, which reduces the overall disease burden that these chickens carry. Sale of chicken and eggs. So the new ordinance would prohibit that. There are diseases associated with eggs, also chicken eggs, and also the health department is not responsible for regulating businesses. We can inspect to ensure that the eggs and the chickens are okay to be able to sell. Cruelty to chickens. So I spent a lot of time with the New Jersey Department of Agriculture rep talking about there's a humane treatment of livestock regulation, and it has a bunch of information in it. So it's essentially ensuring that these chickens have access to food and water and appropriate coop sizes. Composting, the health department perceives odor of chicken poop as a huge complaint that we would get should this pass. So the new ordinance would prohibit the composting of chicken poop. Then you have the slaughtering of chickens and willful abandonment of chickens. We just want to make sure that, you know, if people are having backyard chickens, they're not slaughtering them in their backyard for all to see. And if somebody finally gets sick of their chickens, they're just not leaving them to run down Cedar Lane. Waste disposal. So the ordinance deals with making sure that the new ordinance deals with ensuring that the premises is clean and odor free at all times. And then the application process. So there will be, or we're proposing that there's more review of a plan about where the coop is located and also the maintenance plan for the coops. So we proposed a more comprehensive application process, a higher fee. The fee is usually commensurate with the work that has to be put into actually doing the job. So with plan review and going out and doing inspections, we increase the fee. We also put in some inspection fees and enforcement fines. And then reporting ill chickens. So if a chicken dies suddenly without any idea why, you're supposed to report that immediately to the New Jersey Department of Agriculture and submit the bird for testing. That's how we're detecting so much avian influenza. And then also some provisions about veterinary care and ensuring that people have access to a veterinarian that specializes in poultry. And then some enforcement teeth for us in the ordinance about suspension or revocation of license after multiple offenses and multiple complaints, valid complaints. Sure.
Some council have questions. Mr. Schwartz?
How many additional staff members do you believe you need to hire to do this?
I would say probably at least one or two.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Deputy Mayor Katz.
two things. So are you suggesting, we right now have dog tags that we issue every year, and we also have cat tags that we issue every year. Are you suggesting that we're now going to be issuing metal chicken tags?
We would not. We would issue a little piece of paper that I would sign each year permitting chickens.
Okay, so we're not licensing each chicken, we're just licensing the house,
Yes,
the coop.
yes.
And what is that application number? What was that? What did you raise it to?
We raised the fee to $150
One time?
each year.
Okay. Thank you.
Does anyone else on council have any further questions for Ms. Sartain? No, Ms. Sartain, thank you for your time.
Thank
We
you all.
appreciate your presentation.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to make one comment.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes, I want to thank our health officer for coming, and I want to echo her comments about her amazing team that she has there. She has some very big shoes to fill between the last. I was very familiar with two of the three health officers, and they made a significant impact in the community, in the restaurant business. So I wish you good luck, but yes, you are starting off with a great team there. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Katz. The next order of business is a proclamation for Black History Month, which I will read into the record. Whereas Black History Month celebrates the legacy of Black Americans whose power to lead, to overcome, and to expand the meaning and practice of American democracy has helped our nation become a more fair and just society. And whereas this country was established upon the profound but simple idea that all people are created equal and should be treated equally throughout their lives, an ideal that America has never fully lived up to, but one to which we remain committed. And whereas Black Americans struggles for freedom, equal treatment, and the right to vote, for equal opportunities in education, housing, and the workplace, for economic opportunity, equal justice and political representation, and so much more have reformed our democracy far beyond its founding. And whereas Black Americans have made a way not only for themselves, but also have helped build a highway for millions of women, immigrants, other historically marginalized communities, and all Americans to more fully experience the benefits of our society. And whereas President Joseph Biden has proclaimed February 2023 as National Black History Month to honor and continue the work of Black Americans who have created a more fair and inclusive democracy, helping our nation to move closer to the realization of its full promise for everyone. And whereas the Black or African American population of the United States, according to the last census, was 46.8 million, constituted 12.2% of the nation's total population. And whereas the township of Teaneck is the proud home to more than 9,200 Black or African American people, or approximately 22.3% of its population. And whereas Teaneck's Black community has made valuable contributions to the life and culture of Teaneck. And therefore, I, Michael Brown, the township of Teaneck, together with the entire township council, do hereby proclaim the month of February as Black History Month in the township of Teaneck, and call upon public officials, educators, librarians, and all the people of the township of Teaneck to observe this month with relevant programs, ceremonies, and activities. And just so everyone knows, we have a lot of great Black History Month events taking place nearby, including at our very own library every Thursday of this month at 7 p.m. And if no one on council has anything they would like to add, the next order of business is work session items. And first up is miscellaneous. Does anyone on council have anything they would like to discuss about miscellaneous items? Seeing no hands, we'll move on. Next on the agenda is old business. Does anyone on council have anything for old business? Now, next order of business is new business, RFPs and RFQs, legal and engineering. I listed this on the agenda because there are at least 4 council members who would like the manager to send out RFPs and RFQs for all engineering work and for legal work, including township attorney, labor council, Oprah, tax work, redevelopment, cannabis, and litigation. And this is not to say that anyone is doing a poor job. It is more because we are facing a very tight budget this year, and it is our fiduciary responsibility to see what other services are out there and at what costs in a fair and open process.
Mayor, could you just repeat that list one more time for me?
Yeah,
I
sure.
apologize. Engineering, labor, Oprah.
Engineering, let's see. Township attorney, labor council, Oprah, tax work, redevelopment, cannabis, and litigation. A lot of other municipalities send out RFPs and RFQs every year and or every other year. So this is actually very fiscally healthy for us to do. And with that said, is there anyone on council who would like to discuss this? I know there's a few people who would like to comment. Yes, Mr. Schwartz.
For next year's term, are we looking for a term, a budget, a bid? What are we looking to do here?
RFPs and RFQs ASAP on everything.
What our engineer as an example? What's his contract period?
We
Month
just
to month.
Yeah, month to
So
month. And I
you're
think it was,
looking-
Dean, please correct me, till March, I think, but month to month, and then we'll see where it goes, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so
So
that's
you're looking
rapidly
to
approaching.
get, now you're looking, who's going to design the RFPs and the RFQs? Like, what are we looking? I believe they're township residents, if I'm correct, right?
Manager and purchasing, right?
Yeah, our purchasing agent would prepare the RFPs.
Are we going to give preference to a township employee? I should do with the police department as an example, or like, and as you know, the civil tests give preference to local veterans, anything like that, or what are we looking to do with here?
I will leave that up to council.
So you'll send a draft to us on the RFP and the RFQs first. We'll review the draft
After
and then
After
we'll
it's
put.
drafted. Councilwoman Belcher?
To that point, Councilman Schwartz, I think it's a great idea to look at preferences for DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, to make sure that women-owned businesses as well as minority and veteran-owned businesses be rightfully represented and are aware of the RFPs.
Karen, Ms. Organ?
Are we looking at this solely from a price perspective? Or are we going to allow for experience, the manager's input and who he's worked with? Or
Combination of everything. Manager's input is very important.
I have a few questions. How long when do you expect the RFP to go out, and how long will firms have to get back to us?
Well, it's a process. Dean, do you mind elaborating on the process, please? Nothing
Sure.
happens overnight.
No, I will have, with council's approval, I'll have a purchasing agent prepare the RFPs. Probably going to take a few weeks to do that. It'll be reviewed by council. The Personnel Committee will have to be engaged in this as well. We'll take RFPs in, we'll review them, set up the appointments with the Personnel Committee, and then again, the decision to change something, rests on council.
Can you just repeat the list? I'm sorry.
Sure. Let's see, Township Attorney, Labor Council, Oprah, Tax Work, Redevelopment, Cannabis, Litigation, and Engineering work. That was just legal, sorry.
I just had two more.
Oh, please, go ahead.
So the same firms can bid on all of those. Are there any firms in particular that you're looking at or anyone else up here was looking at? Anybody have any conversation with anybody?
I'm not looking at any particular firms. I just want to see what's out there. Councilwoman Belcher?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, basically, those that have existing contracts absolutely can bid.
Reapply.
They can apply and bid on, as
It's just
well.
about seeing what else is out
It's
there.
just seeing what else and doing our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we're
Yep.
really representing.
A lot of other
our
municipalities do this every year.
Mr. Mayor, would
Yes, Councilwoman.
land use be covered under redevelopment?
If you would like it to be.
That's the question. Or can we just add land use just to cover ourselves?
Everybody okay with that, land use?
What does that mean, land use? The planning board or board of adjustment attorney?
I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Katz, what did you say?
What does that mean, land use? The planning board, board of adjustment attorney?
Yeah.
Don't those boards have autonomy over their attorneys?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, we're
we
not.
do.
yeah,
Yeah.
We don't get to choose their lawyers.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have 4 nodding heads on that? So that Dean could pursue it with the purchasing agent? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, Mr. Manager? Good to go? Of course you can. Yeah. Let's see, the next order of business under new business is Cedar Lane Management Group applicant. I think that's Jamie De Jesus. Mr. Schwartz, is that you?
The brief story is the Cedar Lane Management Group appoints their own residents to the board. The Ms. De Jesus is not a resident. She's a representative from Columbia Savings Bank.
She grew up here.
She did grow up here. She worked at CVS in Cedar Lane also as a technician. But she just needs counsel nodding. I guess it's the nodding heads, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, is it not nodding heads for? Yeah. I think that's whatever the process is. It just needs the approval from the board, from the council.
Everybody okay with that?
She
Yeah.
brought hot chocolate and marshmallows to the Christmas party.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. The next order of business is communications. Does anyone on council have anything for communications? No. Next order of business is committee reports by council liaisons, zoning subcommittee. Mr. Schwartz, is this you as well, sir?
Sorry, Councilman Schwartz. I just wanted to be clear. Are we looking for a resolution for Jamie for next meeting?
That's the way to procedurally do it. Yeah, if that's the procedurally way to do it, yeah. Yeah, we have 4.
All right, sweet.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, sorry, zoning subcommittee, was it cannabis before myself or did I? Okay, just want to point out to everyone, both in the audience and here, please take a look at your packet. The zoning subcommittee was a long meeting. It's very, the minutes are very detailed as to what's coming up, what we're looking at. So please, by all means, take, when you have 20 minutes, take a look at it. Our next meeting will be held on March 3rd from 8:30 in the morning to approximately 8:00 PM with the size of our agenda. So just note that in your calendars. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, and I apologize about that. I was going off the paper agenda as opposed to the digital agenda. No worries, though. Cannabis Subcommittee, Councilwoman Goldberg. The floor is yours, ma'am.
That was really quickly, just on zoning real quick. I just want to reiterate for myself that I'm not, if you all read the report, I will not support any ordinance resolution endorsing condemnation. Cannabis. Condemnation. I'm sorry, condemnation. So the current cannabis subcommittee planned and executed the successful town hall, which took place on January 25th at the Rhoda Center with more than 100 attendees in person and online, marking the first such event held by the township in several years. Thank you again to Dean, Tom Rowe, Doug, Ron Goodman, IT, and the panelists and participants for all the hard work that went into planning and executing this event. There were presentations from Ron Mondello, a cannabis attorney who worked with municipalities throughout New Jersey, representatives from Teaneck High School and the Board of Education, as well as 3 of the cannabis license holders that have been giving resolutions in support by the prior council. Attendees were reminded that the sale of recreational cannabis was approved by voters statewide in a 2020 referendum with a 70-30 margin support in Teaneck that the former council chose to opt into all varieties of cannabis businesses available under the state law with no limit on the number of licenses, and enacted an ordinance allowing cannabis business in the Alfred Avenue light industrial zone, and granted resolutions in support to several cannabis businesses. Participants were asked to ask questions and express their thoughts about cannabis with responses from the panel that also included chief of police and health officer. Additionally, a Google Doc was created by the cannabis subcommittee and shared with the residents, and several hundred people submitted their response, and the results are still being collected and reviewed by the subcommittee. And the feedback we have received from the town hall, the survey, comments at Good and Welfare, conversations, emails from the residents and all stakeholders, as well as consultation with experts, including our planner and the exploration of legal counsel, will all be used in determining next steps. The next steps are twofold. First and foremost will be the development of a formal process, an application, a checklist, and updating our ordinance, as well as the consideration of the establishment of a cannabis advisory board, all of which will be done with public input. Additionally, we've asked the attorney to explore a draft to limit public consumption of cannabis in public spaces, or if that's not already covered in any of the state statutes, perhaps signage in the parks to remind people. Simultaneously, we're working with the planner and zoning subcommittee to evaluate the potential expansion of zoning for retail dispensaries, cultivation, manufacturing, and testing. In doing so, especially for the possibility of retail dispensaries, we are evaluating the proper distance from schools. No specific locations outside of Alfred Avenue are being discussed or considered. No zoning or any other further action will be taken prior to the retention of a cannabis attorney with the competence to advise the council about the underlying issues. All residents should feel comfortable knowing that we're taking the process seriously and will be doing it properly. All 6 types of cannabis businesses are already legal on Alfred Avenue, and there are several businesses there that were granted resolutions in support. And I want to reassure every resident that there's no predetermined plan to rezone anything outside of Alfred Avenue. Despite what you may have heard, there is nothing happening on Cedar Lane anytime soon, if at all. And we encourage every resident to share their input, all of which will be considered in the process, making any decision going forward.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
So Deputy Mayor Katz and Councilwoman Goldberg and I had the pleasure of, as part of the Leadership Teaneck Subcommittee, temporary Leadership Teaneck Subcommittee, we had the pleasure of meeting with Jackie Cates this week, just to discuss potentially considering reviving Leadership Teaneck. And as a reminder to those of you who are not familiar with Leadership Teaneck, it was a 10-week course that the township used to run, and the purpose of the course was to have residents learn more about our form of government here in Teaneck. And so we did that for several years. When former Mayor Jackie Cates left the council, it kind of and other, I think there was a 1 year when 5 members of council departed, and it created a little bit of a gap in the program, and so it kind of fell off, and we'd like to revive it. During over last year, we heard from residents that they found it extremely helpful. Folks who wouldn't normally get involved civically decided to get involved. And so we think it's a great program in terms of building a pipeline of potential leaders in town. And so we'd like to explore bringing that back. We learned a lot about the program and how it was historically run, including the fact that the courses were 3 hours long. Don't know if we want to do the exact same thing this time around, but the 3 of us are going to get together and rethink what the course will look like, the duration, consider things like virtual meetings versus all in person, et cetera. So just wanted to let everyone know that that the ball has started rolling on considering what this might look like, and we're going to ask the council for their consideration to bring it back this year, potentially this fall. That's it.
I do.
Ms. Organ?
I had 2 actually on the same night. Teaneck Municipal Alliance Against Substance Abuse. We are pretty full with members now, which is great. We're trying to make it more robust. We've added Detective Pinsdorf from the Juvenile Bureau, which is great. We are moving ahead with the electronic smoking devices ordinance. The health officer is as great with electronic smoking devices as with animals, and we've already met with the attorney and the manager to start drafting. We've got another meeting with the state coming up this Friday. The Teaneck Municipal Alliance Against Substance Abuse is happy to support Project Graduation again this year, and we are hoping to bring Red Ribbon Week to the private schools as well as the public schools this year. The library board, Chandra Young was sworn in as the mayor's representative. The director, the staff, and the board started to work on construction of the library. They had an initial meeting with the architects, which I attended, which is very exciting. Plexiglass has been removed from the checkout area. The ESL program is going very well. There are tutors already, and there are others in training. The youth services program resumed in January. Friends of the library, hopefully we'll hear from Ms. Silverberg tonight, but they've been very busy with programming and fundraising. And there is a new initiative they're working on called Brain Fuse, which you get a bookmark and you can sign up for tutoring. It will hopefully be distributed in the schools, and all you'll need to participate is a library card. And there will be fundraising opportunities for construction of the library. They're not sure just yet what they will be, but if anybody's interested, please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anybody else have a committee report? Councilwoman Belcher?
Yes, real briefly, in terms of the Historic Preservation Committee, I have connected, have had some great conversation with Dr. Norris. Look forward to attending their upcoming meetings. There are a few conflicts with tonight's council meeting, but I'm committed to get to the next one that doesn't conflict with the council meeting. Also, I have met with the Stigma-Free Subcommittee, and they're doing some real exciting things in preparation for the spring, along the line of awareness and making sure that the community is aware of all the great things that they're doing to relieve stigma as it pertains to mental health. Also, the Chamber of Commerce is reconvening, planning some exciting things. Super excited to see how we can go about helping our small businesses throughout all of our districts. I'm looking forward to really kind of like seeing how the calendar is being planned out for events, but also grant opportunities. I know our Dean had mentioned that there's a pilot program that he's looking into for small businesses that we can glean some potential grant money and opportunities from training, et cetera. And lastly, the planning board, sitting on the planning board, we've had some long meetings. The last meeting was here in the chambers. Excited to know that we are coming back to the chamber for our main meetings, and excited to know that the community is absolutely getting involved in terms of attending and being aware of things that are happening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anybody else? No more committee reports. Next order of business is council listed items, a proposed proclamation for Race Amity Day. Deputy Mayor G, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I had the pleasure of talking to Teaneck High School theater teacher T.S. Murphy, who also many of you might have met him when he produced and created the Mosaic Project, which was a part of the Teaneck International Film Festival. It was a wonderful film. If you haven't seen it, I suggest you see it. It was really wonderful. But he has asked that we consider the proclamation of Race Amity Day here in Teaneck. In case some of you do not know what race amity is, it is the idea that it's friendships and collaboration between people of different races and culture. I'm going to read what he sent me, which I think really sums up why this would be a great idea for Teaneck. Teaneck is known nationwide for being the township that voluntarily desegregated their public school systems to combat racism and inequality in education. I believe creating a proclamation for Race Amity Day in Teaneck also shows the nation that this township is committed to eradicating racism in all of its forms, that we promote racial harmony and understanding, leading the way to true global citizenship, and that our community, neighbors, children recognize and celebrate the diversity of all the township's residents, that who we are and where we came from is just as important as where we live. And so again, that was a quote from T.S. Murphy. I also just want to let you know that we wouldn't be the first to do this. In 2015, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts declared the second Sunday in June to be Race Amity Day, and they celebrate it every year. This year, that would be June 11th. In terms of what that celebration might look like, that would be for the township to decide. But, you know, it could be informal potlucks, race amity potlucks. It could be observations on the municipal green. It could be an ad in the paper. It could be a 5K run or walk. So there are different ways that you can celebrate this day. But I think the core of it is really celebrating our differences in this town. We have so much historical so much history in terms of what we've done in integrating our schools. And I think this would just be another way to, again, celebrate the great history of Teaneck. So I'll stop there. Just wanted to bring it to the council for consideration.
Ms. Organ.
I love the idea of a race amity race. So the 5K sounds great, and maybe we could raise money for something through it, which would be great. We just need to make sure that it's, council speech and that it's someone from council who's running the event.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, I think
Councilwoman
it's a
Belcher?
great idea. I think it really is a great way to bring the community together.
Yep.
Sounds good to me.
Awesome.
All right, let's do it. Would you like to lead the effort?
Sure.
Thank you. The next order of business is local regulation regarding e-scooters and bikes. Councilman Schwartz, the floor
Yes.
is yours, sir.
One of our residents, again, it'll be in the packet, the email, who is a transportation alternative proponent, pointed out to us that our code prohibits the operation of e-scooters and e-bikes with some very good reasons why, especially if you walk in New York City and you almost get knocked down by them. He's asking for us to review it and see if we will change it based on the fact that from a suburban aspect, it may be helpful for public transportation, alternatives to public transportation and whatnot. So if you can please take a look at it, let me know your thoughts, or let the council what we want to do on it. But I think we were all on that email, and I jumped on that opportunity to have this conversation. So
Sounds good to me. Does anyone want to comment on this?
allowing e-bikes, scooters. Good. So, Mr. Manager, maybe the police take a look at this just in the sense of the enforcement of sidewalks, streets, and how that works, because that can actually be dangerous as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Um,
The next order of business under council listed items is a proposed resolution, Zoom for land use boards. Councilwoman Belcher, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Okay, yes, thank you for that. We kind of have seen that there are in recent days a need, since we're coming back from COVID, to really prepare for some residents that might want to attend our land use meetings and sometimes not in person. So we put together a resolution that we think it's in your packet if you'd like to. I just want to briefly read. It's very short. Whereas the Township of Teaneck Mayor and Council supports open and transparent government, and whereas currently neither the Planning Board and the Zoning Board of Adjustment record or broadcast the public portions of their meetings, and whereas the township has the capabilities and staff to support the live broadcast of meetings held in the council chambers and other facilities owned and maintained by the township, including but not limited to the Richard Rhoda Center. And whereas it is in the interest of transparency and public access that the Board of Adjustment and the Planning Board broadcast their meetings to the public. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the council of the township hereby direct the manager to or designee take any and all action to effectuate the public broadcast of both the Planning Board and the Zoning Board of Adjustment no later than March 1st, 2023. So it's just a means by which we are trying to have our community be made aware and have visibility into the land use meetings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sounds good.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr.
Yeah.
Schwartz.
I'm confused because the zoning board has remained on Zoom, but the meetings are broadcast and are on the website. But I thought you said they're not on the website. I'm sorry.
No, I said that this is a resolution that is asking that the meetings be broadcast, be
But-
recorded.
But
So
the
I
zoning
know-
board
I know-
is.
I know that from what my understanding is the Board of Adjustment is not in person, so that's how they host their meetings.
Right.
Okay, so there are instances where the land use boards are coming back And so for those that are not able to attend the in-person meeting, we're asking, and I'm glad you brought that up because I think also this is not just only to support transparency, but in recent days, there have been some technology challenges to some of our land use boards in terms of not having a record of a video record of what has actually transpired. So this is a means by which not only to bring transparency, but it's also to have a permanent record, so that all of our community is aware of what's happening.
I just wanted to point out that it was the zoning board already is on Zoom. Maybe you were saying if they go back in person, they should remain. Maybe that's what you were saying. That's what I'm just trying to for clarity. So okay, so that was just more of a clarity. The second issue is, again, are we, do we have control on this matter? Or I know we're just going back to the lawyer for the board, it's the same concept. Do we control when the board goes, how they go live, not live, Zoom, not Zoom, or this is again us?
So I'll go backwards first and look at the resolution. I think the resolution just called for a recording of the meetings or a broadcast of the meetings. Anybody can go to a public meeting and record it and or broadcast it. That's a right of every citizen in the United States. I didn't take the resolution as being a suggestion that the meetings were going to be on Zoom or not on Zoom. That decision would be up to the board itself, because the boards are independent autonomous entities and the council doesn't have the authority to direct them to go on Zoom or not on Zoom or whatever device they're going to use. That's up to the board.
Okay, so then my second question is just to go back, so maybe for clarity, they don't go on Zoom, but it's recorded. Who would do the recordings? Maybe that's to the manager. How would that work?
I
pay
have
for it,
someone
of course.
from MIS or IT department that would do that, that would be assigned to these meetings.
Okay, and it would be recorded and posted. Is that what you're looking for?
That is correct.
I think we have a
Yeah.
question.
So,
from
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
Just a quick question to Councilmember Schwartz's point. So the Board of Adjustment meetings are on Zoom, but are they being recorded? I know the last one wasn't.
It's the last one was recorded.
Was
It's
recorded?
on the website. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so.
Councilwoman
Mr.
Oregon.
Mayor.
But this says Zoom in the title and then it says live broadcasts. So are we broadcasting it? And by live, do we mean that it's a Zoom and that people can participate? Is this what we're asking for? Or are we just asking for it to be viewed?
Okay, so what we're looking for is, you can have, I'm not specifically going to say what technology. It could be Zoom, it could be, I guess, Teams, or Microsoft or, whatever. I think the whole intent is that the land use meetings be recorded. Right now, we don't have, in some instances, we've had land use meetings that have no video record at all. And
No, just to clarify, so you're not saying that we're telling the chair they need to open up to public comment on Zoom or hybrid like we have here. You just want the recording.
yeah, to start where we are right now, yes, to record. Yeah, that's, yeah. So let me ask you this, Councilwoman, what do you have an issue with in terms of the language?
Just the live broadcasts and the Zoom. Like, are we going to show it on television? Are we going to show it, whatever the medium is? People won't be able to raise hands, ask questions during good and welfare from home. That's not what you're looking for, correct?
Okay, so do we have a problem with making our meetings hybrid? If we were to link, right now, I'm thinking it would be a pretty much a good step to just have a video recording of the meeting. So that video recording could be put up on our website like other recordings.
Which is
So-
fine, but then the next step to that would, I think, be under the scope of the chair
Yeah,
of the
I
land use
truly
board.
understand the statutory
Okay.
nature of our land use board.
So,
Totally.
Mr.
I think
Mayor?
Deputy Mayor Katz had a question.
Yeah, so obviously I'm in favor of these hybrid meetings. But there's certainly a large percentage of our community that is still concerned with coming to public meetings. Or I don't know what the large amount is, but there is a percentage. But with that said, maybe to satisfy Councilmember Organ's comments, because we can't, and Councilmember Belcher's comments, is since we can't direct the boards, maybe we could change that word to, instead of direct, maybe we can encourage, change it to encourage, and not take out the Zoom part, because the Zoom part connotes a back and forth, which we can't force them to do either. So maybe, you know, the first step is to at least get it in public so that it could be broadcast, so people can watch it, people can record it, etc.
Deputy Mayor, I have no problem with that. I think this is a first step. I think that, if we need to say, take out Zoom and put just broadcast, or to have a permanent video record, I'm okay with that. I do understand the statutory nature of our land use boards, and I do understand that they have the ability to make decisions. But I think also, it behooves us to have some type of repository record of, our meetings and what has taken place. So that.
Yeah, no, and I think, Mr. Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong. I think council's right to be able to convey our sentiments to the board. Doesn't mean we're directing them to do it. We're just saying that we want to encourage this transparency. So we can do the resolution as an encouragement as opposed to directing.
Yeah, Ms. Belcher, just so you know, I love the idea of a live broadcast. And I love the idea of transparency and it being recorded. Do you want to put this in a form of a motion?
Wait, Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes. Ms. Goldberg.
Okay, I know that there's concerns with the Rhoda Center from an internet issue. If the planning board meetings came to chambers, what would that look like for the staff to get that either on Zoom or hybrid?
Would be easier, wouldn't it, Mr. Manager?
Yeah, we just did the planning board via Zoom. We had someone from IT handle that, and I think everything went well.
Went very well.
Okay, thank you.
No, it was broadcast. It was recorded.
So Ms. Belcher, what would you like to do?
I think we should take it to resolution to, I think, if we need to change a little bit of the wording, I have no problem with that. But I think having a record of land use meetings is
agree.
important.
I agree.
I think we all agree, just the language about just clean up, and I think it's fully.
Yeah, I agree to that also.
Good.
So, yep.
All right.
Do you want to, Councilwoman, walk this resolution in this evening's consent agenda, or would you like to modify the language and see it again on March 14th?
I
consent agenda?
will modify the language and bring it in on March 14th.
We will see it again March 14th.
Okay, if that's
Yeah,
okay
that
with
works.
everyone?
That's what you
Okay.
would like to do.
Yeah.
Thank you,
that's fine.
Councilwoman. Mr. Schwartz, you have a question, sir? Yeah, I think Ellie's up next. Deputy Mayor Katz, you're up next. Proposed street renaming for Mr. Bob McGrath. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, so that's an email that I just got the other day. I'm not on the, I don't know who's on the sign committee anymore. I mean, as far as the street renaming committee. But that may be something that this council would like to consider. If people are in favor of it, you know, to do another honorarium when on the next round that we're doing these honorariums.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Mr. Katz. I'm okay with renaming the street after him. What does everybody else think?
If it's a family issue, if someone sponsors it, I'm fine.
Okay.
Everybody's okay with that? Moving forward? Reaching out to the family and
Family
see?
wanted privacy around the funeral, so we should just reach out before we make a decision.
Okay, so Mr. Manager, you're going to reach
Yeah,
out?
I agree with that concept.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Katz. Next order of business is I'm sorry, Mr. Schwartz, yes.
I thought, I wasn't sure if this was a new council listed. It's under zoning subcommittee. I see that on the minutes, it says addendum 4B forms added. If I can just bring everyone's attention to that. I wasn't sure we were separating. I apologize. In the packet, you'll also see a resolution a memo from our planner with the proposed contract for the master plan, for the master plan revaluation. If everyone here could please look at it. And I believe we had the 4 nodding heads in the past meetings for the clerk to work with the attorney to have that listed as contract form for us to move forward. It's a detailed document. And if everyone could please take a look at that. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Belcher? That's a good question.
Okay. All right. So, all right.
Then the planning board has to adopt it, right? Yeah.
So we need to award that contract, and then once it's produced, I think it goes in front of the planning board's table and they would have to ratify such. So did I hear that we want to see a resolution attached to this contract next meeting?
Yes.
You good, Mr. Schwartz? You good? Mr. Manager, Tom, manager's
Thank-
report, floor is
Thank
yours,
you,
sir.
Mayor. Got some project and updates. So our annual debt statement was filed on January 30th. Our net debt for 2022, we were at 0.872%, actually down from 0.886 in 2021 and 0.947 in 2020. So we're heading in the right direction. I can tell you that most municipalities in our area are well over 1%. So we're managing our debt very responsibly. Hybrid police vehicles are now trickling in. I believe we recently took delivery of 4. And when we can get our hands on hybrid police vehicles, we will transition to them. We were recently awarded over $87,000 from Bergen County Open Space Trust, and that's to replace the old wading pool at Phelps Park. This is a matching grant, and we'll use most monies to satisfy our responsibility with the matching grant. I recently reached out to our energy consultant as well. I'm making arrangements to have a solar feasibility and evaluation study conducted on our municipal buildings. So that will be taking place soon. Just a reminder to Teaneck residents, homeowners, and renters, you can receive up to $1,500 through the Anchor program. That application must be submitted to the New Jersey Division of Taxation. You can go on their website, or you can call 1-888-238-1233. The filing deadline is February 28th. I think a lot of people don't realize they're eligible for this, so please take advantage of it. I'm getting calls about the next confidential paper shredding event that's going to take place on the weekend of April 29th and 30th. And some of these sewer projects we've been able to take off our list that we accomplished over the last month. We replaced about 255 feet of sewer main on Pike Lane, 280 feet of sewer main on Parker Lane, and 72 feet of sewer main on Bilton Street. So we're chipping away, getting these big sewer projects done. The last piece to the Bell Avenue box water culvert, I believe, was installed today. All connections are going to be made within the next 2 weeks, so that project should be done very soon. Just want to thank the residents for their patience with this, and I think it's going to be a project that will show some significant improvement to the drainage in that area. I'm meeting with county and Leonia officials this Friday to advance our DPW project. And we're going to be discussing again the diversion application with Green Acres. The 2022 road resurfacing project is out to bid. We're getting a head start on this project. All lists that are on our 2022 resurfacing project list is on a website. You can find it under engineering and pending projects. So again, that's the 2022 road resurfacing. We're always a year behind. The municipal building window project, that's going to finish up in the next 2 weeks. I believe I mentioned this in the past. We replaced 67 energy efficient windows and 2 sliding doors. It's a lot of windows for this municipal building here, and that work was done fairly quickly. The Tuyum Park Playground, I anticipated officially opening up on April 1st. We are waiting for one last part that will be delivered this week. Once that part is delivered, we're going to need to do some repairs to the safety surface, the rubberized surface that was already installed. But April 1st, that's the date I'm shooting for. We'll do a nice dedication in April for that. We're making a lot of progress on the Voti Park band shell. That structure is being installed. We're getting quotes right now for concrete and electrical work, and we anticipate a late spring opening for the band shell. We're meeting with Bergen Fence this week to get pricing on additional dugout fencing for the fields at Voti Park. The basketball court renovation project is going to go out to bid this week, and this is a capital improvement project that was already approved by council last year. Replacement of the Voti Park tennis court lights as well. That's in a design phase. That's already approved by council as a capital project as well. We're doing storm basin work at Kip and Larch. That project should be done within a couple months, and we're working on a big project on Julia Street, the sanitary sewer lines. We have funding for that. We're going to put that, that project's going to start quickly. We're awarding that this evening, and once we have our pre-con meeting, probably this week or next week, that project will be done. The proposals for the new Voti Park North restroom and the Voti Park shelter by the splash pad, they're going to be submitted by engineering very shortly. Just an update on our tree audit. We're going to be using, it looks like Brandywine Urban Forest Consulting, and they're going to do our tree audit. They're going to conduct 3 different tasks. One is to conduct a field assessment. 2 is to establish an accurate urban tree canopy base to track the changes, and a management plan that promotes growing. So we received a $10,000 grant. We'll use that money and assign this project to Urban Tree Canopy Company. I met with last week a couple representatives from Age Friendly Teaneck. I'm working on a grant project with them through AARP, and we came up with some pretty good ideas on how to promote Age Friendly Teaneck as well. There were about four of their members in attendance, so it was a very productive meeting. And as I get a little more information, I'll report back to council. But working on that AARP grant for them as well with the Millennium Strategies. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. The next order of business is the Township Attorney's Report. Mr. Shadanian, do you have anything you would like to add?
Mayor, no report other than what was discussed in closed session tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Shadanian. The next order of business is a public hearing for a township application to New Jersey Green Acres for improvements to Herrick Park. Mr. Manager, do you mind saying a few words before we open up the public hearing to the public?
Absolutely. Bear with me 1 second.
And again, this public hearing is just for this application, just for this potential application.
So what we're doing, Fast Tech Engineering did a proposal for Herrick Park, and Herrick Park is a location that has been on my radar, but we do have a plan to renovate our parks. Herrick Park is the next up on the list. So the idea is through potential grants. We also received, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Schwartz, $150,000 from the Haluba project.
It's 140 with potential to go up to 150.
And so what we're looking to do at Herrick Park is a number of things, actually. One is to replace all the playground equipment, provide a rubberized safety surface for Herrick Park. We're looking to upgrade the basketball courts to do renovations to the baseball playing field there that has been overgrown with invasives. And we're also going to, bear with me 1 second. We're going to put bathrooms at that location as well, public bathrooms at that location. And we're going to do an addition to we're going to remove the old, I guess, sprinkler fountain that's there. So it's really going to finish off the park very well. So you have the basketball courts, you have the playing field, you have the new playground equipment, the rubberized surface, bathrooms, and it's going to be a nice facility when it's done. So in order for us to qualify for this funding, we have to have a public hearing, and they require us now to do this. So that brings us here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Clerk, are you ready? The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone in chambers who wants to speak just solely on this? Mr. Sohn?
Alan Sohn, Teaneck resident. Of course, I support this application as documented on page 47. And I think anyone who's seen the park, the existing park facilities are outdated and are in a state of disrepair. This park is long time overdue for an upgrade. Whether it's your teeth, your car, our roads, we benefit by taking care and maintaining all of the things we have, rather than allowing them to go to pot and then have to go and get grants to cover the cost of a complete overhaul. I just want to understand the total cost of the project. Will the 1.5 million that's described cover the total amount? Will we be eligible? We've discussed this many times about the absence of an open space and recreation plan. Will we lose any of the amount of grant money that is available? There is a description, if available, a $0 loan. I assume it's always possible to get a loan for $0 from any bank at any time. I just want to be sure this is on page 44 of the correct amount of what's being borrowed. But again, of course, if we can get this grant, of course, we should be applying for it. But there should be an overall project in which we're looking at all of our parks, all of our equipment, all of our facilities, and maintaining them and replacing them as necessary so that they're maintained and that we're not waiting to have things fall into complete and total disrepair before we start repairing them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sohn. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone on Zoom raising their hand?
They just went away. You raised your hand. All right, there you are. Need to keep the hand up when you raise it. Nice and high so I can see you through the computer screen. I'm bringing in Laverne. Please accept that invite, Laverne. There you are.
I'm sorry, is this just about the park?
Yes, it is.
Yes, ma'am. Just about Herrick Park.
Then I apologize.
No worries. Thank you, Ms. Lightburn. Is there anybody else on Zoom, Doug?
Yes, I have a hand here. Bringing in Chuck Powers.
Dr. Powers, please unmute yourself.
Yes, of course, it is very important that the Herrick Park and, as Mr. Sohn just said, other parks as part of our overall plan, that TNEC move forward with Green Acres funding. And there's nothing that prohibits this town from applying and probably getting approval for this Herrick project. But before this town will receive a single dollar from Green Acres, it must have achieved complete agreement with Green Acres about what its recreation and open space inventory states. And at the moment, there are major discrepancies which will prohibit the township from getting a single dollar. With the exception of the Sportsplex, this town, while all of our surrounding towns walk away with major grants from Green Acres, our town hasn't received anything except for the Sportsplex since 1990 from Green Acres. We need our planning board to not only get an open space recreation plan approved, but also in the course of that, take hold of the question of getting a recreation open space inventory that the state can agree with. We will not get a penny of this until we do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there anyone in chambers? Mr. Abbott?
Hi, Tom Abbott, TNEC. I have two questions. One, I believe you said there's no new water facility to replace the wading pool? Okay.
I'll let you finish.
Yeah, please ask your questions,
That's one
Mr. Abbott, and
question.
then we'll
The other
respond.
question is, there's a problem that's been true of Herrick Park for many years. On the southern half, where there's a little hill after a little hill that goes down, it's waterlogged through a good part of the summer. A baseball field in that area will never be useful unless something is done about the problems with water there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Mr. Clerk, is there anybody on Zoom? Anybody else in chambers that would like to speak? Mr. Rose?
Howard Rose, resident. Several statements were made, and I advise council to be very cautious in terms of fields. Mr. Abbott's correct about water. And I just remember at Votee Park, there were at least 3 occasions where they did major renovations to try and rid themselves of a waterlogged Voti Park. And substantial sums were spent. And I think to this day, it still remains somewhat of a problem, but certainly less with the sportsplexes specifically, which was a huge expense. The question also came to me about the water. If we have water facilities in a park that are functional, even if the water pool is in disarray or below usability, why would we not take advantage of existing situations to increase the utilization of a park? Because water facility in the summertime is one of the major things for young children. And that's the age group that really makes good use of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Mr. Clerk, anybody on Zoom? Anybody else in chambers want to speak about Herrick Park? Seeing no hands, this public hearing is closed. Does anyone on council want to speak? Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah, so Jerry, very briefly, because I know the hour is getting late. First of all, just thank you to members of the prior council who walked the parks. I know Councilman Organ, Mayor Pagan, we walked those parks together, and I hope to everyone else takes advantage of the warm weather coming up to walk the parks to see what we can do next. Also, several members in the audience, such as Tom Abbott, met us at the park, specifically Herrick Park, so we can review what we can do there. With that said, I very much in support of it, and I hope it passes.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Anyone else on council? Councilwoman Belcher?
Just want to add to the point that Mr. Song made. I think it's important that we have a ongoing maintenance plan, that we are constantly looking at our parks to ensure that they're kept in good repair.
Thank you, Ms. Belcher. Anybody else on council want to speak? Councilwoman Goldberg?
I just want to point out to Mr. Stone's point about the matching grant money on the open space and recreation plan, and hope that we get that for the open space for this park, and I'm otherwise fully in support.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Manager?
Sure, I guess maybe I didn't make myself clear. I just want to go over and the bullet list of the improvements that are planned for this. So you have site clearing and demolition, the 5,000 square feet of a new playground. You have the reconstruction of the basketball court, sports lights for the basketball court, 1,000 square feet of a children's spray park, and we have existing water lines there, so not a problem. The safety surface for the playground, the reconstruction of the baseball field, and most importantly, grading and drainage improvements in the park and site amenities. So, you know, we have everything covered to make this park and get the park back to the way I remember it as a kid growing up.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Clerk, procedurally, do we have to vote on this? Do we have a motion to approve? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
We had a first from Councilwoman Belcher, second from Councilman Schwartz. Councilman Schwartz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Belcher. Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Organ. Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor G.
Yes.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes.
It's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, everyone. The next order of business is formal meeting items, public hearing and adoption of ordinances. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the titles of the ordinances into the record?
Yes, absolutely. I also want to make a note that on ordinance 8-2023, it requires a supermajority, which I believe is the 5-7 vote. Did I use my terminology correct there? So we are seeing for the second time this evening, ordinance number 7-2023, amending section 36-11.2 of Division 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 36 entitled Traffic for the Township Code to delete restricted on-street parking spaces for the handicap at 294 Lotus Street and 1090 Cooper Avenue. We have ordinance number 8-2023, authorizing a special emergency appropriation pursuant to NJSA 40A:4-53 for the preparation and execution of a complete program of revaluation of all property within the Township of Teaneck for the tax year 2024. Last but not least, we have ordinance number 9-2023, amending section 36-3.1, stop intersections designated in chapter 36 traffic of the Township Code to add thereto stop signs at the intersections of Alicia Avenue with Bogart Street, Belmont Avenue with Bogart Street, and Longfellow Avenue with Bogart Street. Those are the ordinances.
Thank
Mayor.
you, Mr. Clerk. Does anyone on council have any comments prior to opening the public hearing? Deputy Mayor G.
Clarifying question, the public meeting is for just the first, for 7, 8, and 9? Or for all?
Are you asking about this section of the
'Cause-
agenda?
Yeah, I wanted to table 10 and 11.
10 and 11, that's intro, that's at the end of the agenda.
Okay, just
After
clarifying.
Consent agenda.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, the public hearing on these ordinances are now open. Any member of the public wishing to be heard on any of these three ordinances or who want to ask any questions concerning these three ordinances may come forward and state their names for the record. Comments or questions shall be limited to 3 minutes per person, please. Is there anyone in chambers who would like to discuss one of these three ordinances? Seeing no hands in chambers, Mr. Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom?
I have one hand.
Okay,
I have one hand. I'm bringing them in. James Veach.
yeah, he's probably gonna, let's see what he says, though. Mr. Veach, are you talking about ordinance 7, 8, and 9, sir?
No, I had my hand up to speak about Herrick Park. I wasn't interested in
Oh,
talking
sorry.
about these ordinances.
We missed you on that. Sorry, Mr. Veach.
May I say a word?
No, it has to be on one of these three ordinances.
Did he want to?
Did we lose him?
Am I here?
Mr. Veach.
Yes, Mr. Veach, you
Can
can
you-
only comment on one of these three ordinances. Sorry.
All right. I will have my hand up when we talk about the ethics board. Please don't miss me.
Okay, we won't. sir.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
We apologize.
That's all right. That's all right.
Any more hands on Zoom, Doug?
Yes, I have one here. Bringing in Chuck Powers.
Yes, of course, this revaluation effort should be going forward and working with the current firm that we will, again, for the third time, be depending on, probably makes sense. But I'm very concerned that the township did not, until the 17th of January, open up an RFP and it closed it out on the 7th of February. There are only 21 days, and there are a variety of firms who could have applied for this $1.2 million effort. And I'm very concerned that we did not have a competitive process. So we could actually have compared not only what the several firms in this state who do this well could have told us they could have done, but at what price? I think we should move ahead at this point because it's important, as Mr. Tighe suggested, that we follow what it is that the county has told us we need to do. But I don't know why it is that this town did not get itself ready to have a full RFP and provide really an adequate opportunity for the full range of firms who do this to have bid on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Anybody in chambers? Mr. Sohn?
Alan Sohn, Teaneck resident, going for the trifecta. The ordinance 8 on the revaluation basically ties together with a pair of resolutions 1554, basically covering the cost and granting the bid to appraisal systems. It seems apparent that a revaluation is needed. As Mr. Tighe described, the circumstances are not really driven by just the number of years. It's not driven merely by the changes in prices. What really has pushes, and in this case, the Bergen County Board of Taxation, to push the township to do it is what's called the coefficient of variation. When I see sales in the newspaper, I don't just look at the absolute dollar amount. I look at the dollar amount compared to what the appraised value is. And if different types of houses, different neighborhoods, different types of properties, commercial versus residential, have changed at different rates, then different people are paying either unfairly high or unfairly low amounts of taxes. And a revaluation does not raise a penny more. What it does is it changes the share in which those prices are done. If you look at the bids for Julia Street, there were several bidders. There were bidders as high as 300,000 and the low bidder was close to 150. It is amazing what happens when you get more than one bidder. It is amazing what happens if a bidder like Appraisal Systems that seems to have a lock-in, and I understand they have an advantage by having done this work before and knowing this township. But the fact that we got only one bid almost certainly means that we're paying a lot more money for this. We don't make any more money. The township does not bring in more dollars. This is going to cost more than $1 million. And the question is, and again, to Dr. Power's point, is what could we have done? What should we have done to ensure that we got more than one bid, that Appraisal Systems knew that there would be another company coming in or more than one company to cover this cost? Does a revaluation need to be done? Yes. It should be done at the lowest possible cost, and it's a disappointment to see that there's only one bidder. I hope we can get some explanation of why only one bid was provided. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sohn. Mr. Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom?
I have one hand here. I'm bringing in Debbie Eliyahu.
Ms. Eliyahu, please unmute yourself.
There I am, and there I am. Hi, good evening, all. I hope you're all well. I also was very concerned when I saw the dates of the bid for the revaluation. I found the talk by the tax assessor, Mr. Tai, very helpful. And excuse me, but I was very concerned when I saw the dates. It seemed to be, Chuck counted 21 days, I counted 17 or 18 days, and it just seemed to be, hey, you know, if you know to look for it, it's going to be there, and if you didn't know to look for it, you're not going to know it's there. So other bidders, unless they have alarms on their phone to go out and seek bids that are released, they're never going to know about it. So I just think that this was way too quick, and that it really should. I want to know why it was either sent out so late or closed so early. I just found that it was there's something that made it impossible for other companies to have the time to bid on it. It just sounds like it was a bid that was open and shut. Anyway, at least they know the town, but I wish that there would have been more of an opportunity for other companies to come in and bid. And I think that a lot of work has to go into a proposal, and that is insufficient time for a company to come up with all the work that goes into it. Anyway, thank you very much. I would also like to hear why that was done. And good evening to you all. Stay well.
Thank you, Debbie. Mr. Rose.
Howard Rose, Teaneck resident. I'm not really concerned why we did what we did regarding the bidding. I'm not really concerned about some of this discussion. What I am concerned about is what we can do to correct the situation. Can you pass, since it's not a resolution, are we bound by this bid? If it's not a resolution, can we now say, okay, it's a resolution and we'd like to reinstall another bidding process? Is there an agency that handles this kind of work, like a teachers association has an association? Is there a reassessment association that you would send some notice to so that everyone in the state gets this information who has the power to perform this kind of a review? We need to do it. We will do it. Can we go forward with a resolution positively and rebid at a later date?
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Mr. Clerk, is there anybody on Zoom?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Anybody else in chambers want to speak about these three ordinances? Seeing no further hands, the public hearing is closed. Does anybody on council have anything they want to say? Anybody? Mr. Manager, anything you would like to say?
We followed all the procurement rules, regulations. The purchasing agent wrote up the specs for the job. I believe the last time this was done, 2015, ran us about 800 and change. We're looking at $1,060,000. Not too many games in town for this. We publicly advertised. I don't know why anyone else did not bid on this, but we followed our protocol.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager. With that being said, is there a motion to approve these three ordinances? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Deputy Mayor Katz. Please call the roll, Mr. Clerk. That was a first by Councilwoman Organ and a second by Deputy Mayor Katz.
Councilman Schwartz,
Yes on 7, no on 8, yes on 9.
Councilwoman Belcher. Yes. Councilman Goldberg,
Yes on 7, no on 8, and yes on 9.
Councilwoman Organ,
Yes on all.
Deputy Mayor Katz,
Oh, you're muted, Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes on 7, no on 8, yes on 9.
Deputy Mayor G,
Yes on all.
Mayor Began.
Yes on all.
So I just because I just want to be clear on my math. For Ordinance 8, Councilman Schwartz, you voted no, correct?
Yes, they come back at 1.1 million. We have a conversation.
Councilwoman Goldberg, you also voted no on it.
Yeah, I would like to see if we can get more bids.
Deputy Mayor Katz also voted no on it.
I like Deputy Mayor Schwartz's comment.
So Attorney Shadanian, that is for this type of ordinance, does it not pass?
It fails.
Yep. I just wanted the attorney's stamp on that.
All righty, we're ready to move on, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're all good. You're all good. The next order of business is good and welfare and public input on any matters, including the 2023 municipal budget, which we are starting to work on. So we would love to hear what residents think, so what we can focus on the budget. Let's see, any members of the public wishing to be heard at this time shall come forward and state their names for the record. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per person. Anybody in chambers? Dr. Yep.
Philip Yelk, Teaneck resident on Bell Avenue. I first of all want to thank Mr. Kaczynski for all his work to get this culvert installed. It's almost finished from what I understand. And we're looking forward to seeing what kind of result that gives us. We don't think, based on what we've been told and what we know in the neighborhood, that will be sufficient to resolve our flooding issue. So the whole question then becomes what's going to happen next. And I know the Green Acres situation, to get a detention tank in Sagamore Park is something that either may never happen or can take a very long time to happen. So the other part of the plan is to put a detention tank in the parking lot on Beverly Road. And we would like to see that happen, if at all possible, as soon as possible. And that ties in with the whole development issue, American Legion Drive and Beverly Road. And I've been thinking a lot about that and talking with people about that and council members. And I just can't wrap my head around it. I can't see how that will happen. I sent all of you a link. I hope you read that article about what's happening in Montclair. And I'll have to say the same thing about this. It's just too big. It's just too big, and it's way too big on Beverly Road. And it's too big there. And then there's the parking issue. What's going to happen if you build? Where are people going to park? Where are residents who live in apartments surrounding American Legion Drive? Where are they going to park? Where are people going to park when they come to Cedar Lane? We don't want a parking garage that's 5 stories high. We definitely don't want that. So, and if you build that, is it going to be for pay? Or is it going to be free to people who come shopping and to residents? If it's free, it's going to cost the town a lot of money. If it's for pay, people won't park there. They'll park up our streets. So we have a lot of problems there. And then there's the flooding issue and how that gets resolved. So I just want to bring that all to your attention and let you know, I think something needs to be done about that plan. It just can't stay as it exists currently. So that's that piece. I want to say one other thing. My wife has Alzheimer's disease, and she fell twice walking on the sidewalks in Teaneck when she was able to walk. There are a lot of sidewalks that are raised way above any safety level, 2, 3, 4 inches, some of them like this. I've spoken to Mr. Kaczynski about that. He said, just report the ones that are raised. First of all, I don't want to snitch on my neighbors. Secondly, I think the township should do that.
Thank you, Dr. Yap. Thank you, Dr. Yap. Mr. Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom?
Yes, I'm bringing in James Veach.
Mr. Veach, please unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you very much, Doug. I may be a little out of order, but I want to talk about the Municipal Ethics Board and Resolution 10-2023. I'm urging this council to table this resolution for further discussion after there has been an opportunity for public input. And let the public input start with these comments. We have not had a working ethics board for many years. And people sometimes talk about a dysfunctional ethics board. It's not a dysfunctional ethics board. We've had a dysfunctional council. As far as ethics and transparency is concerned, the responsibility for filling the board fell on the councils of 2016, 18, 18, 20, 20, 22, and before. And those councils never promoted the ethics board, never solicited residents to join the ethics board, never acted when the ethics board was clearly not doing its job. Clearly not doing its job. And it was obvious they weren't doing their job because no disputes were being resolved and no FDS enforcement occurred. Half the people who should have filed their FDSs in 2022 by April 30th never did. Everyone should have, many people in the township government should have known this, and nothing was done. So we have an ethics board that dates back to 1988. It works. We're one of 30 communities in the state that has an ethics board. We also have our own unique ethics code. We're one of only 8 communities in the entire state of New Jersey that has a board and a code. And it would work if you appointed good people. And good people are everywhere in this town. We have 30,000 adults who are CEOs, CPAs, religious leaders. The list goes on and on. Please don't tell me we can't find 5 people to sit on this ethics board. That's not possible. This council should not be precipitous. You're off to a good start with your hearing on the cannabis. Schedule a workshop. Talk about, not you talk, but you listen, please, to the residents and their desire to maintain the ethics board. We need to keep ethics here. If you disband it, all of our disputes go down to Trenton, New Jersey to be decided by the local finance board, none of whose members live in Teaneck. If we had a viable working ethics board, FDS enforcement would be practically automatic. All it takes is a direction to Clerk Ruscioni to write to the non-filers and then enforce it and fine them. We have a great thing here in town.
Thank you, Mr.
Don't
Veach.
abandon it without public input. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone in chambers? Ma'am?
Valerie Levin, Teaneck resident. Councilwoman Goldberg, I would dispute your claim that the town hall meeting regarding cannabis went fantastically. I was on it remotely. I felt I didn't have a chance to make any comments. I thought the impromptu survey that happened was not the correct question to ask. Are you in favor or against marijuana? That was a ridiculous question. I thought the survey that was submitted was ripe for submission from any email place. I didn't even get to tell my funny joke about a talking chicken, which was going to be awesome. But this is what I want to say. The introduction of cannabis dispensaries to Teaneck is a bad idea. The recreational cannabis dispensaries. Expanding the zoning beyond Alfred Avenue is making a bad idea worse. We know that the closer the dispensaries get to our children, those beautiful kids that compromise the student body of Teaneck Public Schools and the 17 to 19 other high schools, grade schools, and daycares, the closer the dispensaries are to the kids, the more likely it will be that it will get into their hands. Why am I bringing up toddlers and daycares into this? You know, that can't happen. Anybody who has ever lived with a 2-year-old knows that they have an uncanny ability to get their hands on anything you never wanted to get them put their hands on. You know, you can tell me that you're shifting the sales from illegal to legal. Show me the proof that legal sales take away from illegal sales. There are dispensaries leaving California because they cannot compete with illegal sales. The recreational dispensaries are not replacing the supply of illegal cannabis. They will merely be adding to it. Everyone hates speed bumps, but they tend to work incredibly well at slowing cars down. I think that keeping the recreational dispensaries in the Alfred Avenue district is another version of a speed bump, and it will limit our children's access to it. I want to make a final comment to those in the audience and out on Zoom. I help represent a citizens group called Clean Air Teaneck. If you think that this is not a good idea, you are not alone. You can reach us at cleanairteaneck@gmail.com. You are not alone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone on Zoom?
I'm bringing in Laverne.
Ms. Lightburn, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Floor is yours, Ms. Lightburn, 3 minutes.
Yes, Laverne Lightburn, Teaneck, New Jersey. I would like to say that I'm talking about the chickens. I appreciated that you had an in-depth study done. She did a very good job, and I'd like to thank her. Even more things that I even, researched and imagined in terms of the health problems. And that's the only reason I'm encouraging you all not to vote for the chickens, is because of health issues. So that's one. The other thing is I'm calling you for Anna Street. The lighting situation I had talked about in previous years. I waited a year. That particular neighborhood, that block has it's so dark, and I just wanted to pursue that the LED lights should be in by now from PSE&G. It took a year. And I also would like to talk about Anna Street again with the water, the flooding situation. We did have that. It was paved. It was one of the streets that was paved, and it was from day one. It didn't work. Those houses are it doesn't flood into the house, but the street is flooded. And I called originally for the block, and unfortunately, and I spoke about the pitch, and someone was supposed to come out, but no one ever did. I don't know if there's a work order or anything, so I would like to have an answer for Anna Street for the lighting situation. Where do we stand with that? Because it's extremely dark and it's dangerous for those seniors over there. And the water situation, because you can't get out your car without walking through a puddle of water on all the houses. I don't know what side, I don't know how you consider the side of the street, if it's the left or the right. It's on both sides. I did send pictures to Dean. So that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you, Ms. Lightburn. Jesse Leon.
My name is Jesse Leon. I'm a Teaneck resident. I'm actually surprised. I never expected to agree with Ms. Lightburn about anything. I do agree that our health officer gave a very thorough and professional presentation. I appreciate that because our last health officer did not. I appreciate the time and attention that she took and the thorough research that she did. I think that what she gave you represents a different problem. And that problem is that when the only tool that you have is a hammer, every problem is a nail. Now, she's an epidemiologist, she's a health officer. Any problem that you give her is going to be solved by more health regulation. And the facts that she gave you aren't wrong. Salmonella is a problem with backyard chickens. There are some amounts of people who get infected by that. But do you know who those people are? They're not the neighbors of the backyard chickens. They're not people 2 blocks over. They're the people who own the backyard chickens. Those people take risk into their own lives. They accept a fair amount of risk. The same way when you get a dog, you risk getting bit. You risk getting rabies. You risk getting any of the other, the first one with a C, I don't know how to pronounce it, I'm sorry. That's one that you can get from dogs too. That comes in dog feces, the same as it comes in chicken feces. So to say that 1,200 backyard chicken linked salmonella cases in the United States, the whole United States, 330 million people, there are 1,200 people that get sick. Those are 1,200 people that accepted that amount of risk into their lives. And there are other issues. There's a property interest. People in this town own their homes where they rent and they have the right to exclusively use that property. They have the right to use that property in a way that supports them and their family. They can bring pets onto that property. They can grow their own food on that property. They can bring pets that will give them their own food on that property. Now, some of the things that weren't addressed in the other ordinance, I would actually speculate that they were, or that they're covered already by code. For instance, slaughter was something that we took out from our proposed ordinance. For Councilmember Organ, she was against it. The town code currently bans chicken slaughter, and I'm fine with that. No one's trying to slaughter chickens. I think that it's a mischaracterization to say that a 60 bird flock is a backyard flock, even if it's non-commercial. 60 birds is not, we're asking for 6 birds. You're going to get bird flocks that are 3 to 6 in this town. People aren't going to be bringing in massive commercial operations. They're dispersed, they're spread out. There are ways that you can actually mitigate bird flu. You can cover coops so that they're not exposed to poop from the birds flying by that can expose them. You can not keep a bird bath in your backyard or not keep a bird feeder in your backyard. So those birds don't have a reason to congregate in your backyard. So yes, there are issues and we've brought those issues forward. I've talked about salmonella here. I've talked about pests. We put pest control in. We put plans for having pest control. I think it's too much to ask people to have a monthly service contract, to pay out of pocket 30, 40, however, $50 a month to some company to come look around your property. Thank you. First time around time.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Mr. Clerk, is there any hands raised on Zoom?
There are a few. I am bringing in Hildy Dillon.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to thank the council for the opportunity to speak. My name is Hildy Dillon, and I'm a 36-year resident of Teaneck. And I'm speaking to everyone tonight on behalf of One Town, One Vote. And for those of you who don't know who we are a group of town residents that are focused on transparent, inclusive governance. One Town, One Vote is, first of all, we commend the council for holding the Cannabis Public Forum on January 25th. We do look forward to the council reporting on the results of the Cannabis Public Survey that's been offered to residents, and we urge the council to continue educating the public on the issue and continue their transparency. Which we're thrilled to experience. And in the spirit of transparency, the One Town, One Vote also urges the council to defer or table its consideration of Ordinance 10, 2023, abolishing the township's ethics board, and thereby eliminating the township's own ethics code. We ask that you do this pending a hybrid public forum, meaning in person and via Zoom, inviting people from the township and township community organizations to provide input and ask questions. We recommend that the council also accommodate input offered by residents that are not able to attend the public forum either in person or virtually. So we hope that this can move forward in the format of a public forum and table it for now until you get input from us and we're able to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. Rabbi Friedman?
Daniel Friedman, Teaneck. Esteemed members of council and town manager, we thank you for your unstinting service to our community. Your work, those of you who are veterans to your positions and those of you who are new, is surely deserving of our gratitude. Over half a century ago, Rabbi Joseph P. Soloveitchik, the preeminent Jewish sage of the previous century, called upon faith leaders from different traditions to join together, not in the private sphere of theology and dogma, but in matters concerning the general welfare, including civil rights, economic justice, education, and public health. As such, I rise to speak not only on behalf of myself, but on behalf of esteemed faith leaders from other Abrahamic faiths, Reverend Joseph D'Amico of St. Anastasia Church, Imam Saeed Qureshi, who's with us tonight of Darul Islah, and from my own faith tradition, Rabbi Larry Rothwax of Congregation Beth Aaron. At the core of each of our traditions lies a belief in the immutable sanctity of each person created in the very image of the divine. As such, we strongly support all initiatives to forever expunge the scourge of racism and discrimination. Our shared faith in the dignity of each and every person requires that we work together to ensure full equality of opportunity for all, especially those groups that have suffered from historical discrimination. It is precisely because of our shared belief in the sanctity of each individual and not despite it, that we urge the council to proceed with the greatest of caution regarding any rezoning for cannabis currently under consideration. We note with alarm the rise in addiction-related referrals, opiate-related deaths, and increased use of marijuana amongst minors in states and localities in which cannabis has been legalized. We seek not to control the private behavior of individuals, but to protect all of our children who cannot advocate this evening on behalf of themselves. These general concerns were greatly heightened at the recent forum this past January 25th, thoughtfully convened by Councilwoman Goldberg, who we thank, in which our esteemed school public safety officer, who must be credited for his candor, publicly stated that no plan is currently in place to protect our children in the new reality. Moreover, our concerns are magnified by the selling of drug paraphernalia and other products, including edibles, in some instances repeatedly by the existing vape shops in town. As faith leaders, we work far from the public view with families whose lives have been overturned by addiction. We stand with all of those facing these great challenges. Their pain and suffering is ours as well. As such, we urge council to A, exclude all school zones, areas in proximity to houses of worship, private residences, and non-industrial zones from cannabis sale. B, to present a comprehensive plan in conjunction with the superintendent for drug and addiction education in all of our schools to ensure that children are fully informed about the dangers of addiction in our new environment. Let us not confuse decriminalization with the word that we heard too often on the 25th of January, destigmatization. Legal or illegal, a drug is a drug. Our children deserve and need to know that. C, to vigorously enforce all laws, introduce new legislation. Thank you, Councilwoman Oregon, as needed regarding selling of vape and related products to minors, and introduce new legislation as is necessary. And finally, to engage in the revitalization of commercial districts, including Cedar Lane, in such a way that ensures equality of opportunity, in particular for historically underrepresented communities, and brings us closer to true economic justice.
Thank you, Rabbi Friedman. Mr. Clerk, do we have someone on Zoom?
I am bringing in Gwen Bale. Gwen Bale. Need to accept the invite, Gwen. There it is. Keep your hand up. Don't let your hand go down.
Here.
Hi, Gwen, 3
Hi, Gwen.
minutes. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. I'm Gwen Bale. I'm founder and chair of Camden County Chickens and Therapy Hens. I've had the honor in some respect or another of helping 28 towns, mostly in New Jersey, mostly in southern New Jersey, some in Pennsylvania, to help change their laws to allow backyard chickens. And I do have some concerns about what the health officer said, not saying, as Jesse also reiterated, that they're not issues, but with good hand washing, with biosecurity, with keeping a lot of people out of your backyard that doesn't need to be there, these things can really be kept at a minimum. Even the bird flu, the avian flu thing was a mixture in Monmouth County anyway, of water birds as well as hens. So they either had ducks or geese, something with water, and that seems to be the biggest issue. A lot of the other things that people worry about can really be avoided by either suggesting or mandating a class. Most of the towns in my area, which we've now had backyard chickens, a lot of us since 2015, do require a class. I teach a 3-hour class, which can kind of keep some people that are trying to maybe do this on a whim to keep them from doing it. When they find out what really is involved, but also all the predator proofing things about not enticing rodents and raccoons and whatever. You're going to have more rodents and raccoons behind your restaurants looking for food than if you keep things locked up and if you keep things in a galvanized locked can so that they can't get to them. If you're using predator-proof wire, you don't put chicken wire anywhere in a chicken coop. That keeps your chickens out of your garden. It doesn't keep raccoons out of your chickens. And all those kinds of things that can make this be safe. Of the 28 towns, those who started with a pilot program have been so successful that they turned into ordinances. They have not had complaints. I consider that my job to periodically contact the heads of the different programs in the different towns that now allow chickens. There are no complaints. We don't even have a board of health in Camden County for individual towns. We have a county board of health, Camden County Board of Health, who supports backyard chickens. They don't have to be called in for anything. So there's so many valuable things with pest control by the chickens. I can't even imagine having to call pest control to my yard once a month. If you take care of your chickens, you watch for mites and lice, as she mentioned, you can take care of it very, very easily.
Ms. Bale, your time is up. But
Okay,
thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Sir?
I'm Cal Greenberg, Teaneck Republican Municipal Chair, and I second the comments against cannabis made here today. Our committee opposes cannabis everywhere in Teaneck. Queen Anne Road, Cedar Lane, Alfred Avenue, we don't want it anywhere. We want it rolled back. We want to comply with federal law, which basically says cannabis is illegal. We're still residents of the United States and federal law applies. Today's cannabis is much more potent than the marijuana of yesteryear. It's a danger to children. The children that are exposed to it are prone to psychiatric breakdown. The danger to adults, there's danger to adults who use it and those who don't use it. There's an expression that we know, bad money drives out the good. And I think it applies here. With marijuana dispensaries everywhere in Teaneck, the good retailers will leave because of bad elements. But bad money won't replace the good money. This town won't have more revenue with cannabis, it'll have less. In banking and credit card circles, cannabis retailers are known to default on their payments. They have high levels of chargebacks. they're likely to commit fraud. They're going to cheat their customers. They won't pay their taxes. They won't even pay their rent. Teaneck is going to have less revenue. The idea that you have more revenue is ridiculous. You're going to need more police protection because illegal operations will open next to legal operations. That happened in New York. I think this council should go on a field trip to Manhattan and see how bad things are down there. They got marijuana everywhere. You've got people that are affected by it. You don't want to turn Teaneck into that. There's going to be more crime, less safety, more spaced out people, more auto accidents. We stand with those who oppose cannabis in Teaneck. And thank them for the effort. And I thank the council for letting us speak. We have an official statement, the Teaneck Committee, which we will send to the members of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, you have anyone on Zoom?
Bringing in Howard Foreman.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I live in Teaneck. My name is Howard Foreman. I'm a psychiatrist and I'm board certified in addiction medicine. And I understand that the town of Teaneck is considering expanding licenses and allowing for more cannabis dispensaries in the future to become part of our town. And I want to speak in opposition to this. And I will admit, I'm not an economist. I'm not an expert on taxes. And maybe this could lead to more tax revenue. That's outside of my area of expertise. I won't comment on it. But even if it would, even if it could, is this how we want to do it, right? Is that how the city of Teaneck, the town of Teaneck, would like to build itself up? Because I deal every day with, families that are struggling, individuals who are struggling. And pot is at the top of that list of things that people struggle with. The cannabis that we are being told is safe is really based on studies from cannabis from decades ago that had much lower THC content. The cannabis today that's being sold is not the cannabis that our parents' generation may have had exposure to. It is far more concentrated. It is far more dangerous. More places, more access means greater penetration into the community of people who will be using, right? So additional people will be swept up in this, people who could have been protected. I urge the town council to please protect us, protect the people of Teaneck. I want to point to just one last thing, that the New York Times has ran a tremendous investigatory piece on how legalized gambling came to be and all of the lies that were told to support that and all the suffering that the expansion of gambling has caused. There's a tremendous industry that is pushing for cannabis expansion. Let's not find out the hard way that we were lied to now, like many states have been lied to about online gambling. Let's protect us. I thank the town council for taking the time to serve our township, and I hope that you'll consider my comments along with everyone else's. Have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir?
My name is Jason Greenfest, Teaneck resident. I'm here to talk about the DPW and all these big colors. See, that's my house, right there. This is a dollar bill. Has a lot to do with this. That's the cost of the cleanup. but it's really the bald eagle, which is in the trees on the sides of the riverbank, all over, that worries me. Besides my drinking water, besides all the other wildlife that's around my place of living. I'm not sitting there saying that my water isn't safe to drink, although I definitely have some concern. I'm not claiming that this is Flint, but there's a Riverkeeper Society, there's the Audubon, there's a lot of organizations that are up and down that river that this council doesn't talk about or talk to in order to find out what repurposing this site is going to be and what cleanup is going to be. From what I see, the last true tests that were taken on any soil samples is years old. And even before that, water samples is even older. I want to see documentation. I want to know what's happening to clean it up now and why we're not just leaving it until eventually maybe we'll sell it and turn it into apartment buildings. Or maybe we're going to turn it into a catering hall, or maybe we're just going to let it sit there and fester a little bit longer because no one's going to buy it. Every year that the arsenic in the water there sits or at site, it's more time for it to seep into my groundwater and into my drinking water. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Greenfest. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone on Zoom?
Bringing in Michael Klatsky.
All right, good evening, everyone on the council. Thanks again, all of you, for spending your evening with the entire township and listening to all of us. I want to start by discussing one topic, which is a comment on the health officer's presentation regarding backyard chickens. You know, in my day job, one of the things I do is I interact with a lot of code enforcement officials, animal control, health officers, all these types of people. And one thing that I've learned is that when you speak to somebody involved in enforcement, they have a mindset of enforcement. If we ask the health officer to give us a presentation tonight about me opening up a catering business in my home kitchen, they would talk about the dangers of grease potentially getting into the town sewer system. They would talk about the danger of fires and the need for a much more robust vent hood. They would talk about the danger to the gas supply system, where I might be drawing too much gas and I might need a 2.5-inch wide natural gas pipe coming into the home. There's a whole plethora of issues. However, we have developed, not just us, but many municipalities have developed regulatory framework to handle these issues. The health officer did a great job of summarizing the issues. They give a great job summarizing what it will take to handle such issues. And I implore you all on this council, you should consider voting to approve this ordinance, because it is no different than all the other things that we regulate. Now, one other topic I wanted to discuss tonight, good and welfare, is the number one, probably in my opinion, the most important item on this agenda that will impact most of us for the longest period of time is the master plan. Kudos to this council to putting that on the agenda, putting out an RFP. I tell anyone who's listening on Zoom in person, that is the number one most important thing that will shape our town for the next 20 years. Because considering that's when the last one was started to be written. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Klatsky. Maxine Angel.
Good evening. I'm Maxine Angel. I live in Teaneck. So in 2020, New Jersey voters had the opportunity to vote on a constitutional amendment to legalize marijuana, asking, do you approve amending the Constitution to legalize a controlled form of marijuana called cannabis? Only adults at least 21 years of age could use cannabis. The state commission created to oversee the state's medical cannabis program would also oversee the new personal use cannabis market. Cannabis products would be subject to the state sales tax. If authorized by the legislature, a municipality may pass a local ordinance to charge a local tax on cannabis products. A yes vote supported the constitutional amendment to legalize the possession and use of marijuana for persons aged 21 and older, and legalize the cultivation, processing, and sale of retail marijuana. In 2020, at the time of this vote, there were approximately 33,000 registered voters in Teaneck. Over 10,000 voted yes, and about 30,500 voted no. This is hardly an overwhelming majority of voters in Teaneck. It is propaganda to mischaracterize this referendum as receiving 70% of support in Teaneck, and it's not a logical step to go from this referendum to multiple dispensaries in close proximity to residences, schools, houses of worship, and playgrounds, especially close to our children. I implore you to consider your next steps for our entire town, especially our youngest residents who cannot speak for themselves. It's our job as parents, as educators, as community members, it's our job to protect kids. And we know that cannabis poses a tremendous threat to children, whether through direct exposure, accidental overdose, or from impacting their lives because the people in their lives are using and abusing. Thank you for considering this. I bless you for clarity and strength, and please be in touch. We've reached out. So thank you to those of you who have taken the time to respond, and we will continue the conversation. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Angel. Mr. Clerk, someone on Zoom?
Absolutely. Matus Schulman?
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm Matus Schulman, longtime Teaneck resident. I'm an addiction psychiatrist and researcher in addiction at Columbia University. And I just wanted to, first of all, thank the council for all the hard work that they're doing. I can tell this is one of my first town council meetings. I see you guys are working very hard. I wanted to second the comments that Rabbi Friedman made and that Dr. Foreman made. I thought they were very thoughtful, and I'm not going to go through all the research behind or the logical reasons why, or the arguments why we should, I think, consider very carefully if we want to change our current zoning on cannabis. But I just want to say, as an addiction psychiatrist that's treated many patients with cannabis use disorder and also work with a lot of families, that I think it's important that we think very carefully about increasing access, because I think access does make a big difference in treatment and in recovery. One of the principles of Alcoholics Anonymous, as well as Narcotics Anonymous, is that people, places, and things are things we want to avoid. The places where people were using, the things that are triggers for people, we want to try to, people that are in recovery should avoid. I think if we rezone our town where we allow cannabis in more areas and to make it more publicly accessible, I think it's really going to just be, in my mind, make things more difficult for people who are trying to stop, make it difficult for families that are trying to prevent their teenagers from using. If we, I know quite well there's access and people can access cannabis, and I'm actually in favor of legalization, but I do think we have to be careful about how we roll things out. And so I just wanted to ask you all to carefully consider Rabbi Friedman and Dr. Foreman's earlier comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rubenstein?
Alan Rubenstein, Teaneck resident. I want to echo some of the comments that were made by Mr. Klatsky, where he talked about the most important thing going on in this council is the master plan. Unfortunately, he had a mistake in his comment where he said there was an RFP. For an item that's up for $110,000 and actually just put in the day before, there is no RFP, there's no RFQ. There's apparently not even a rush to do this, because as the memo stated, the last master plan was done in 2007. It is so far overdue that maybe the process should go through the RFP and RFP process that you spoke about in some of these other major items that you want to bid out. I also want to talk about Ordinance 15, 2023, which is the chicken ordinance, not really in terms of favor of for or against, but really just some consistency within the drafting of that ordinance. In item B3, you talk about that you have to identify any resident anything that's within 25 feet of the owner's dwelling, which makes complete sense. I don't think anyone wants chickens in their own backyard if they don't want it. However, when you have the actual ordinance, what the prohibitions are in item 8, it says 25 feet from the door or window of any dwelling or occupied structure. I'd almost recommend that you have it just 25 feet. Don't make it on the door, don't make it on a window, don't make it so complicated. Try to make it simple so people know it's gonna have chickens next door. It's gonna be 25 feet from my property line. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And then no one will complain about it as easily. But please make the ordinance consistent or pull it so you can get it done properly. I know this was also rushed in, so sometimes when stuff is rushed in, it gets done wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubenstein. Mr. Clerk, anyone on Zoom?
I'm bringing in Nadeem.
Hi, my name is Nadeem. I'll keep it short, just showing support for chickens in backyards. I do believe that we should have them. And that's all. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Salem?
Alan Sohn, Teaneck resident, regarding Ordinance 10, which appears will be tabled regarding the Ethics Board. What is obvious is that Teaneck has a fundamental ethics problem. The problem is the near complete lack of enforcement of the ethics problem. Among others, the actions regarding Holy Name Medical Center and regarding the declaration of Block 4905 on West Englewood Avenue and Teaneck Road have been rife with egregious conflicts of interest. Deputy Mayor Katz threatened me with legal action for basically reading from his financial disclosure form that showed that he owned properties that were part of that designation for redevelopment. He had sold those properties in what appears to be a non-arm's length transaction to a developer who fed him a $5,000 contribution towards his campaign effort. It was possible to catch those issues because Mr. Katz did file his financial disclosure forms. But every year, dozens of township officials don't file those disclosure forms. This has gone on in many cases for years. Failure to file financial disclosure forms as required should be a for cause reason for dismissal from whatever board you have been appointed to. We also need above and beyond to have that enforcement by an ethics board. The local ethics board for years has been utterly ineffective. I don't know what the solution is. It might well be possible to reconstitute and find the correct number of people who can work appropriately to ensure that these rampant ethics issues have been resolved. If not, I hope that residents can be convinced that the state ethics board will do a better job of addressing these ethics issues. Justice delayed is justice denied. If there is a lack of justice, if there is a lack of an enforcement, those ethics violators who violate our ethics code are basically told that they can do whatever they want and get away with it. Whatever it is we do, I hope this township will find a solution to address the ethics problem in Teaneck. Every single resident in Teaneck deserves to be reassured that every single official, elected, appointed, working for this township is operating at the highest level of ethics as required by our code. Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, anyone on Zoom?
Yes, I am bringing in Debbie Eliyahu. Debbie? Please unmute, Debbie.
Hello.
Hi, 3 minutes, Debbie.
Hi. Thank you. I don't know why it wouldn't let me unmute. First of all, I would like to second exactly, ditto, what James Veach and Alan Sohn said. I would also like to ask, what is going on with the apartment buildings that were planned at Garrison Avenue and American Legion Drive? I was coming up Beverly the other day and I saw trucks and orange fencing, and it took my breath away, and not in a good way. I have serious concerns, and I'd like to hear what is going on. These buildings are absolutely an affront. The idea of these buildings even is an affront to the master plan from 2007, and it hasn't been redone since then. It's been revised dribs and drabs since then, and they are really the furthest thing from the master plan. Placing these large buildings into parking lots turn us basically into cities that do we really want to be the cities that we see around us that used to be small towns and now are really urban cities? Do we want to turn into New York City? I left New York City to come to a township. Do we want to be the city of Teaneck? Also, I live on Garrison Avenue. This is a thoroughfare to Lowell Elementary School, which is half a block away, and students walking to Benjamin Franklin Middle School. The traffic here will be shocking. I live at the top of Standish. I can't tell you how few cars stop at that stop sign, and the cars coming over the bridge at Route 4 seem to take great pleasure in seeing how far their cars can soar into the air from that bridge. The traffic here is going to cause accidents and death. Adding to that traffic, I don't know how the streets here are going to handle the additional traffic of hundreds of apartments. You can't just plop apartment buildings wherever you want to put them. This area is not fit to handle this. I'd like to hear what's going on with these apartments and why this is considered a suitable place
Thank you,
to just
Debbie.
put them.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Goodman?
Hello, Paula Rogovan. I think you've probably all heard about the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. It's been very bad. The smoke and fire has been coming from the derailment. It's vinyl chloride, which is for making plastic. It's very dangerous. It has dioxin in it, which causes cancers and horrible illnesses. So I'd like to ask Teaneck, and this has been done before, to have a forum with the county and with the 11 other towns along the CSX line and talk about rail safety. It's really, really, really a dangerous situation. We have the same kinds of materials going up and down on the river line. So on a lighter note, It's Valentine's Day. So Teaneck council members, I want to talk about love. I love having advisory boards now opened to the public because I love democracy. I love our new town council with the mayor and deputies who represent the diversity of Teaneck because I love democracy. And because I love democracy, I would love the Teaneck Council to put a swift end to areas in need of redevelopment. A really undemocratic way to decide what kind of development we want and need in our town. And because I love democracy, I would love the people to decide the fate of the land we now call the Department of Public Works and the Recycling Center. I know some of you would love to see Riverside condos, but I know that the Bald Eagles and lots of us residents would love to have the land cleaned up and have a nature preserve in that Hackensack River floodplain. And we would love a chance to be heard about that. For many of us, it starts with love, but we remind you, we will fight with our hearts and souls for what we love and for what is good for Mother Nature and for the people of Teaneck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Govan. Mr. Clerk, do we have someone on Zoom?
Bringing in Michael Wright. Mayor, would you like to extend the meeting to 11:30?
Yes. Do we have a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30? And
I make the motion.
do we have a second? And I have a question for you, Mr. Clerk, as well as the other council members. So by municipal code, we only have to do good and welfare for 60 minutes. Now, the past few meetings we had to rush just to get through the consent agenda and the introduction of ordinances. Is that something council members want to consider? Should we end good and welfare at 11, because when it hits 11, it'll be over an hour? Or do we want to just pause and go forward with business and then come back to comments during good and welfare? Deputy Mayor G.
My vote would be to pause and then come back. The public, if they still have comments, we should hear them.
Is your concern, Mr. Mayor, that you'd be extending into the past midnight? You can actually go past midnight. I actually checked that after the last meeting. We're allowed to continue the meeting past midnight and vote on things like, because it's a continuous meeting. If that's some, I'm not saying we want to continue past midnight. I'm saying if that's your concern though, is that we would vote tomorrow as opposed to today.
How about food for thought while we keep going forward? Is that okay with everyone? Oh, sorry.
No, I was
Noted.
gonna say, let's go till 11:15 and then let's end good and welfare.
Okay. Everybody okay with that, or Deputy Mayor G, not okay with that? How does everybody else feel about this?
I think I agree with. Sorry, I think we should consider everyone's comments. I think it's
Okay.
important.
Councilwoman Goldberg, how do you feel?
I agree with my colleagues, Deputy Mayor G and Councilmember Belcher.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz, how do you feel, sir?
Yeah, no, I want to hear from everyone. So whether that's pausing and coming back or continuing with good and welfare, I think everyone who showed up should be heard.
Yeah, I think that also we get through the support, business and communication, then if there's time to go back, I think that was what.
Okay, should we hear this gentleman, then pause to move the consent agenda and introduce the ordinances? So sorry for the delay. So sorry about that. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I have some serious concerns about the failure to follow proper protocol by this town council. You've got a subcommittee of marijuana, cannabis subcommittee that has no legal authority whatsoever because it's 3 people. And they unilaterally decided to hold a forum at the Rhoda Center, which I'm sure cost this town a lot of money. I'm sure was that in order to facilitate that, members of that subcommittee instructed employees of the township to do things. That's illegal. It is not legal for a member of the council to direct the town employee unless the minutes of the prior meetings are all inaccurate. At no point did the town council ever pass a resolution ratifying or agreeing to have that. That's the first issue that I've got. The second issue that I'd like to bring up is I am not concerned about cannabis dispensaries. But once we have a cannabis dispensary, it's what used to be called illegal drug dealing, now just becomes tax-free weed. And what are the impacts of that going to be? How would you like it if we had pop-up? If people decided to exploit this, after all, it's only a tax crime now. Let's have some pop-up sales. We're going to sell out of the back of a car on Queen Anne Road, right in front of maybe a council member's house, or out in front of the high school, in front of another council member's house. And their children are going to be exposed to this. If you're going to allow there to be dispensaries in every corner of this town, I want every member of the council who's going to vote for it to show up at every ribbon cutting, so that this way we have pictorial evidence of who destroyed this town and took this town from a safe, quiet little place into a town where people have to defend their territory with guns. Because if I'm going to have thousands of dollars of inventory and cash for to sell drugs, and why would I stop at marijuana when there are much more profitable drugs? People are going to rob me. The way to stop them from robbing me is to have guns. How many police officers are you going to need for this? Is that the town you want? Because you need to take account for that. And if you're going to be supporting this, I want you at the ribbon cuttings so that we can show future generations who destroyed this town. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, procedurally, can we just pause good and welfare, or do we have to take a vote to pause good and welfare? Can we just move to the consent agenda?
I think to keep it clean, we should take a roll call to pause.
Yeah, can we please, Mr. Clerk, call the roll?
Back, the time is 10:58. Councilman Schwartz, Councilman Belcher,
Yes.
Councilman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Organ, Deputy Mayor Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor G,
Yes.
Mayor Began.
Yes.
All right.
All right, next order of business is the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature by council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If any discussion is desired by council, that particular item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the amount of the bill list into the record?
Yes, we have the consent agenda this evening, which, to clarify, contains one raffle, 2 sets of minutes, resolutions 50 to 66-2023, and the bill list in the amount of $11,478,463.52. Mr. Manager, was there a comment about resolution 63 that you wanted to make? This was the fencing.
Ball fields at Voti Park.
Yes, we wanted to table that. There was a mistake on the way it was written, so we wanted to with the table that for now.
So, yeah, per the manager's
Motion to
recommendation.
table.
Yeah, we could do it all. We could do the whole consent agenda together of the bill list, the raffles, the minutes, and these resolutions, approving them all with the stipulation of tabling or not taking action rather on 63-2023. We would like to see it again in another reiteration. So if I have a motion, I'm asking for a motion for the raffle, the sets of minutes, all the resolutions, no action on resolution 63-2023, and the bill list in the aforementioned.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Deputy Mayor Katz.
can I just get, I don't know if you want me to pull it 52 and 62, just an address on 52 and just an explanation on 62?
You got it. That is pulled from the consent agenda. Anybody else want to pull anything from the
I
consent
would like
agenda?
to pull the bill list, please.
Pull the bill list.
So wait, Deputy Mayor Katz pulled 52, and what was the other one?
62. He pulled 52 and 62.
Too easy to remember.
And Councilwoman Goldberg is pulling the bill list. Anybody else? If not, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Approving the consent agenda without taking action on resolution number 63 and the pulled items from Councilwoman Goldberg. Deputy Mayor Katz.
Mr. Mayor, we shouldn't vote on 54 if we didn't pass ordinance 8-2023. Ordinance 8-2023 can be amended to the amount, a much lesser amount. But if we're not going to do any changes with ordinance 8, we shouldn't pass resolution 54.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, Mr. Manager, do you have a lower amount that perhaps we can redo our vote? I'll reintroduce ordinance number 8 in the amount of 1,060,000 down from 1.2 million.
Wait, time out. Precedence of motions. We have to vote on the consent agenda first, right?
Sorry.
Yeah, and then we come back. No, thank you for that, Mr. Schwartz.
Deputy Mayor Katz, please hold your thought about pulling.
Mr. Mayor, just not to interrupt,
Yes,
all the
Mr. Khan.
business minutes should be concluded before the motion for reconsideration is considered.
Okay, you got that, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, but that is, if we need to do, so then. Are you saying that we should table that one resolution attached to the ordinance and handle that after we reconsider 8? If we choose to reconsider 8? Okay, let me just take a couple of minutes.
Pieces for the.
Yes, yes.
Take your time, Doug. Take your time.
All right, so I'm just going to restart with the consent agenda and then we'll talk about pulling things. We had one raffle, 2 sets of minutes, resolutions 50 to 66-2023. 63 has an administrative issue with it and the bill list and the aforementioned amount. So is there a motion to approve that consent agenda?
But, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I just want to remove still 52 just for
And
the
62, yes.
clarification address and 62 just for clarification of what that is. the
And Ms.
resolution.
Goldberg, you still want to pull the bill list?
And the bill list. Okay, now that we have these items pulled,
54, right?
One by one.
now that we have these items pulled, we are missing, we are tabling resolutions 52 and 62 and the bill list.
And 54.
And 54.
And one other one, I think number 50 also has to be, because it's awarding the contract for the revaluation,
Yes.
which you're not funding.
So 50 and 54, we're also pulling. Or tabling.
No, we're pulling it, not tabling.
Pulling, because then we're going to do the ordinance that failed earlier. And then once that passes, we can come back to all this. If it passes, sorry.
Thank you, Attorney Shadanian. So,
I think
Just
Mr.
for the rec-
Schwartz, sorry, go ahead.
no, it's okay. What are you gonna say, man?
I think Mr. Schwartz made the first motion to approve the consent agenda. And we're looking
And
for.
we're all clear on what that is right now, right? Am I clear on what that is?
You got it. You got it. We're clear. Do we have a second to
It's
approve the
all-
consent agenda? I'll second to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. Councilman Schwartz,
Yes.
Councilwoman Belcher,
Yes.
Councilman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Organ,
Abstain on all.
Deputy Mayor Katz,
Yes, with an abstention on 51, 2023. And an abstention on the bill list.
bill list is
Yeah.
pulled, so hold off on that. You're abstaining on resolution 51.
Yes, sir.
All right, you got it. And Mayor Gahn.
Yes.
Okay.
You missed
And-
me.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor G
Yes.
and Mayor Began.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor G.
So let's see, I think Ellie was the first to pull 2 items, correct? 52 and 62, Deputy Mayor? Katz?
Yes, yes. So for 52, I'm just looking for the address. I didn't see it in the resolution. I don't know if I missed it.
Oh, I can pull that up. I have that right here.
I can't hear.
I have that right here. It's going to 764 New Bridge Road, Unit 101.
And
That's where it's going to, and where's it coming from?
A pocket license. It's coming.
Oh, got it.
Pocket license to be realized as an in-person practicing license.
Got it. And okay. And then an explanation on 62 from someone.
Yeah, I'll take care of that. We're just under the competitive contracting process. What we're going to do is provide advertising management services on outdoor recycling stations and containers. So that's the goal, and we'll get.
So Dean, what are they doing here? They're providing the container. Like a few years ago, they put advertising garbage cans around town, but they didn't put it in all the business districts. What is the plan here?
To put advertisements on these outside recycling containers.
The
And
current
they
one,
manage that for us.
the current ones that are there, or they're providing, or there's a new company providing new ones?
Well, we can put them on existing ones, and we also have plans to purchase new ones as well.
Got it. And the town's gonna make money on this, or just a
Yeah.
service?
Yeah, absolutely.
And who picks up the recycling?
The township does.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Dean.
You good, Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
Bill list. Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yeah, I just had a question. There was about $300,000 in invoices for Nature's Choice for looks like leaf removal. Do we know if those are people or disposal? Do we know?
That's for the company that handles goes to the recycling center, picks up the leaves and takes them to a different location for us.
Okay.
Their trucks, their vehicles.
And 300,000 is normal for that for us? or-
It is, and yep, it is.
Lot. I know at some point Deputy Mayor Katz and I had discussed kind of reviewing the leaf process. I don't know if he would be interested in going through that shortly.
Yeah, I think it's a good time, especially now before the leaf time, to see if, and now that we have a new superintendent, maybe to see if we can do things better.
All right, great. All right, that was it. Thank you.
Procedurally speaking, Mr. Clerk,
So
we ask for a motion to approve these three items before we go back to ordinance 8, which failed earlier, past that, if it passes, and then come back to the other items on the consent agenda that can't be passed until the ordinance is passed.
which is, 50 and 54.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve 52-2023, 62-2023, and the bill list?
Yes, Schwartz.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll when you get a chance, sir.
Councilman Schwartz,
Yes, not the bill list, correct? I'm sorry. Mr. Bill list.
this is the bill list.
Yes on all with an abstention on the bill list 23000486, which is a advertising ad.
Say that number once more, but just a little slower.
23000486. 23000486.
Thank you, sir. Yes on everything else.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Belcher,
Yes.
Councilman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Organ, Deputy Mayor Katz,
Yes on the ordinances, and abstention on the bill list.
this was, okay, no, I understood what you said, sorry. Deputy Mayor G,
Yes and all.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes on all.
All right. So, Attorney Shadanian, do you recommend that we handle the introduction of ordinances first, or do we reconsider
Ordinance
this one that
number
we
8.
were discussing?
Because you just finished the consent agenda and there are other resolutions that are from that agenda, I think you should just, if the motion for reconsideration, let that play itself out. And then you can either go back to the resolutions or not.
Okay,
Just clean it that way.
I agree.
So resolution number, ordinance number 8, which failed earlier.
2023.
And someone who voted against that, am I correct, has to make a motion to approve it? To reconsider it, and there were 3 people that voted.
And we have to vote to reconsider, and then we reconsider, and then we take another vote on it. So
I second Councilman Schwartz's motion.
Yeah, Mark made a motion earlier. So motion to reconsider.
Yep. All right. Councilman Schwartz,
Yes.
Councilman Belcher,
Yes.
Councilman Goldberg,
Yeah.
Councilman Morgan, Deputy Mayor Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor G,
Yes.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Now we need a motion to approve ordinance 8, correct?
Yes.
Do we have a motion on
Was
the
there,
floor?
was there? a
From one of
comment
the
or
three.
discussion That council wanted on it?
Anyone want to discuss this before we move forward? Mr.
Mayor,
Manager?
any monies not used can be canceled, so just please keep that in mind. Just because it does say a certain amount, any monies not used can be canceled.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
And the bid was, and we only got one bid, like that was really,
Appraisal Systems was the only company that put in a certified bid, yes.
okay.
anybody else? Councilwoman Belcher?
Discussing this, we're basically saying that the appraisal service company was the only company that responded to the RFP. It's not like we chose them, they came to us, they responded to the RFP.
Correct.
Okay, and one other question I have, Dean, do we ever do RFIs before RFPs on large, like requests for information, just putting it out there that we're going to bid for on something like?
Generally not. It's the RFP or RFQ for qualifications. We generally don't. I don't recall ever doing an RFI.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Clerk, we're looking for a motion to approve ordinance number 8, correct? Do we have a motion?
It was motion Schwartz in the amount of $1,060,000.
Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Clerk, whenever you're ready, please feel free to call the roll.
So that was a second from Councilwoman Belcher.
Correct.
Councilman Schwartz,
Yes.
Councilman Belcher,
Yes.
Councilman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Morgan, Deputy Mayor Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor G,
Yes.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes, sir.
Ordinance is adopted.
Now,
Mr.
I'm sorry, go
Mayor,
ahead,
So
Mr.
now
Schwartz.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolutions 50 and 54, with the 54 being changed to 1.06 million. Did I say that? right,
Second.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager?
You got it. Yes, sir.
Yes.
That was a second by Deputy Mayor Katz.
Councilman Schwartz,
Yes.
Councilman Belcher,
Yes.
Councilman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Morgan,
Abstain.
Deputy Mayor Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor G,
Yes.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes. Now we can move on to the next order of business, correct, Mr. Clerk, which is the introduction of ordinances. Can you please read the title of the ordinances into the record, sir?
Is it possible to make a comment before you do that?
Of course, please feel free.
So just to clarify, when we vote on the ordinances, it's after we've heard the public, but also after we've spoken on what they're speaking on, which in this case, doesn't anybody want to hear what anyone else has to say about chickens or the ethics board before we vote on those ordinances? I think at the very least, if we're going to proceed this way, then we should answer the public. And then we should introduce ordinances or the resolutions. Like, I don't see how we vote on the consent agenda without first speaking how we feel and explaining to the public. I think it's a really bad precedent.
Does anyone else? want to say
I
something?
actually agree. The consent agenda was, I don't think related to good and welfare, but as it relates to there's a chicken ordinance and there's an ethics board ordinance that we're in the middle of having a conversation with the public and ourselves. So I agree with her on that matter.
So do you guys, and I want to hear what everybody else has to say, but are you saying that you want to go back to good and welfare before we come back to the introduction of ordinances?
I'm personally saying that if we end good and welfare at 11:15 and you count 3 minutes for each council person, plus resolutions, plus ordinances, and we end the meeting at 12 o'clock, that's okay. My suggestion would be, there are a lot of new people that come to meetings that we never see here, and they have something to say, like Mr. Greenfest, who we've never seen before. And maybe I understand that everybody has something they want to say, and I really like Mr. Yucht, and I have spent so much time with him, but there are people here whose faces we've never seen, and it's not attracting new voices to the meeting. So people can reach out to us all the time. They can send letters, they can call us. I don't think good and welfare into the middle of the night is helpful for anyone, but I think 11:15 for good and welfare should be a hard stop. And I certainly think we shouldn't be voting on an ordinance before we get to answer the public and explain to them how we feel. I think it's a really bad precedent.
Duly noted. Deputy Mayor G.
I think everyone has a right to speak at good and welfare, and I don't think we should arbitrarily stop good and welfare due to a time constraint. If they show up, especially here in person, like, I think we should listen to them. I hear you about the voting order, which is maybe why we shouldn't have paused. We should have just finished out good and welfare and just waited it out. But I don't think we should stop good and welfare. If folks show up, we should listen.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we already took a vote saying that we are going to come back to good and welfare after we got the business done. And I recall it passed, but I'm sorry, Councilwoman Goldberg, you want to say something?
No, I was just gonna say, I don't think anyone should ever be cut off at good and welfare. I think we should always, hear everyone. Everyone has a right to speak and be heard, and I very firmly believe that.
Councilwoman Belcher?
Also agree that I think everyone has a right to speak, especially on important subjects.
I agree too. So do you guys want to go back into good and welfare right now? Is that what you're saying? I know that's not what she is saying, but what do you guys want to do?
Well, I think there are a couple of these ordinances that we wanted to table anyway. I don't know if this is the right time, Doug, or.
This would be the time if we proceed with introduction of ordinances.
Go back to the welfare, or we can finish the business on the agenda.
I-
The business definitely isn't going anywhere.
I think a lot of the comments were about the items we're about to table. So that's why I'm saying, should we table and then go back to good and welfare?
And just another point, I know Mr. Stone said that 10 appeared that it was going to be tabled, but we haven't voted on this yet, and we haven't voted on a motion to table. So how do we know that something is going to be tabled? Somebody might move to table it, but we don't know that it's going to be tabled.
That's correct. But I did mention earlier that I was looking to table 10 and 11. He might have been referencing that comment I made. Obviously, I didn't have a second or a vote, but maybe that's what he was referencing. I can't assume for him though.
Yeah, I want to hear what they have to say. But what does council want to do? Because I know we're going to give them the
I'd
opportunity.
like to
finish
make a
business.
motion that we extend good welfare to 11:35, and then we responds to what everyone says.
Okay, but do you want to move forward with the introduction of the ordinances part, or just go
No.
back to good and
No,
welfare? Everybody
because-
okay with that?
Table something, maybe we should vote on that and then let people talk, because they're not going to be.
All right, so you're saying go back to good and welfare.
It may
You're
minimize the
saying,
comments.
let's go forward with the introduction of ordinances to see what happens if something gets tabled. You're saying the same thing. What are you saying, Councilwoman Goldberg?
I'm just trying to understand. So either we go to 11:35 after everyone speaks and then we do the ordinances, or we table or vote to do something and then go back to good and welfare. Those are the.
The meeting was
Yes.
extended already to 11:30. We will likely have to extend it further. I'm just giving that point of info.
The order, Mayor, is up to you, but I think the thought process is that if you vote to table, if I've heard from multiple council people, if you vote to table some of the ordinances that are the subject of a lot of the people who want to speak at
Okay.
good welfare, they may not.
Let's go
speak in
forward
forum, say, no,
with the
table.
introduction
You say
of
not.
ordinances. Doug, can you please read the ordinances that we will be considering? And then council can decide if they want to table something or not.
Yes, sir, Mayor. We are hearing a few ordinances this evening here at introduction. We have ordinance number 10-2023, amending Article 24 of Chapter 2 of the Code of the Township of Teaneck, abolishing the Municipal Ethics Board. We have ordinance number 11-2023, amending Section 36-3.1, stop intersections designated in Chapter 36 traffic of the Township Code to add thereto signs at the intersections of Bell Avenue with Beverly Road, Esther Avenue with Beverly Road, and Esther Avenue with Beecher Street. We have ordinance number 12-2023, amending Section 36-33 and Section 36-35 of Article 3, speed limits of Chapter 36, traffic of the Township Code relating to a portion of Palisade Avenue north of State Highway Route 4. We have ordinance number 13-2023, amending Section 2-152 of Article 31 of Chapter 2 of the Code of the Township of Teaneck respecting health insurance coverage.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Deputy Mayor G, I think you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'd like to table ordinance 10 based on the
We had a
abundance.
few more
There's more.
ordinances.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think you finished.
Sorry. Yeah, we
Oh,
had,
going
we
off
had
tape.
ordinance,
Okay,
or
sorry.
it did end at ordinance 13, ordinance 14 and 15 only got on this.
oh yeah, yours.
The health insurance coverage, ordinance number 14-2023, amending chapter 11 of the Township Code of the Township of Teaneck to create a permit requirement to operate a crane within the township. Last but not least, ordinance number 15-2023, amending chapter 6, animals and fowl of schedule 3, fees and charges of chapter 2 of the Teaneck Township Code pertaining to the keeping of chicken hens in the township. Those are the 6 ordinances for introduction this evening. I apologize, Deputy Mayor.
My turn now. Okay, so I'd like to table ordinance 10 based on the abundance of feedback we received from the public today. I think that
Second.
makes sense for us to regroup on that. And then I'd also like to table ordinance 11 on Bell Avenue, that some of these stop signs may cause some unintended consequences there. So I think
I'll
that
second that one.
should up.
I'll second number 10.
Did you say 10 and 11, Deputy Mayor Katz?
I said 11 as a second. He said 10 as a second. Now, do we have to procedurally vote on that, Mr. Clerk? Or do they just drop?
Are we looking? Yeah, let's
Table
just
10 and
table
11.
those separately. I'll take a roll call on that. So this is to table. Do we have a date that we'd like to table to, or just table indefinitely?
Well,
I
let's
have
do
to
to the
ask
next
that.
council meeting.
You want to
March.
table it to March 14th? Okay. Because that changes. There you go. Okay.
And I'd like to make a
Wait,
motion.
Councilwoman Belcher actually had a comment, and then Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, sorry.
wait, go ahead, please. Yeah. You want to table something? Yes, yes.
Okay, I'd like to table ordinance number 15. In light of the fact that we received the presentation, the great presentation from our health official, I think it would behoove us to have an opportunity to kind of review and digest what we've heard tonight. So I'd like to table it to the next meeting.
So all these tables are going to March 14.
That's what she said. Mr. Schwartz, you had something you wanted to say? He seconds.
So just to bring us all up to speed here, 10, 11, 15-2023 are ordinances. We have motions on the table to table them all to March 14.
And we have seconds as well.
Okay, and seconds. I'm going to call the roll on that. Councilman Schwartz. Councilwoman Belcher.
Yes.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Oregon.
No.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor G.
Yes on 10 and 11, no on 15.
And Mayor Began.
Yes.
All right, all introduced. We will see all of these again on March 14th.
Now we need a motion to approve the others, correct?
Absolutely, which is just
12, 13.
Yep,
And
12, 13, and 14.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Councilman Schwartz. Councilwoman Belcher. Councilman Goldberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Oregon.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor G.
Yes.
Was that a no, Deputy Mayor Katz? I couldn't hear you.
No, I said yes.
Sorry. Deputy Mayor G.
Yes.
Mayor Began.
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Clerk, should we request a motion to extend the meeting till midnight since we're going back into good and welfare? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Mr. Clerk?
Extended.
Awesome. So now we go back to good and welfare, correct? Ladies
Yes.
and gentlemen, so sorry about that. We're going to continue to do what we do in person, then Zoom, in person, then Zoom. The gentleman in the back.
11:24 p.m. We headed back to good and welfare after business conducted.
Hey, good evening. My name is Mohammed Akhtar, first time here. I've been a homeowner in Teaneck for 4 years. Tonight I'd like to address some issues with traffic and speed safety in Teaneck, as well as voice a concern about potential disparate treatment in ticketing practices by the Teaneck Police Department. First, I'd like to start off with Cedar Lane, specifically west of Queen Anne Road. My question is, why are there no speed limit signs posted at the intersection of Queen Anne Road and Cedar Lane, as well as on the north side of Cedar Lane in general between Queen Anne Road and Elm Avenue? There's no speed limit signs indicating the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit in the central business district at all in that particular stretch. There's supposed to be a significant change in the speed limit at the intersection of Queen Anne Road and Cedar Lane, and nothing indicates that. And according to Municipal Code Article 36, appropriate regulatory and warning signs shall be erected and maintained to affect the designated speed limit when you're having different speed limits on every single street in Teaneck. In addition, in addition, the business district on Cedar Lane, as I said, heavy pedestrian traffic, and there's just no signage there. It's just not there. Nor are there signs to warn people of, increased frequency of pedestrians, like pedestrian crossing signs. There's nothing there. And there's only 2 crosswalks, and that just doesn't seem safe. There's only 2 that are painted on. Furthermore, the section of Cedar Lane between Elm Avenue and River Road is a steep descending grade hill, and there are no signs to encourage motorists to brake or slow down on that hill. There's a speed limit sign that was there up until January 30th, was completely obstructed by a tree that was located in front of like 607 Cedar Lane, but you couldn't see it. There was a tree, and then basically cops were giving out tickets on Cedar Lane, and no one could see the sign, so they didn't know what was going on. The Teaneck Police Department actually identified this, like probably because I posted about it in Teaneck Newsroom or something like that. But on January 24th, the Teaneck Police Department requested that DPW cut that tree branch down, but they still had issued several tickets already as a result of that. So the last thing I want to bring up on this, I'm trying to figure out like how many tickets were issued and what's going on. But the bigger issue is when I came into court on January 30th for the hearing, I was kind of shocked to be in this room, this exact room. There were 16 people here. And of the 16 people in this room, only 2 of them were white. 14 people of 16 people that were here for a hearing, they were all people of color, non-white or Hispanic. So I was kind of shocked to understand what's going on. And I would like somebody to conduct a study to ensure that there is no racially driven disparate treatment occurring by Teaneck Police Department when issuing tickets in Teaneck. That's kind of where I want to leave this at. I would appreciate the council following up on these matters, as I will be doing my own data analysis in the meantime.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, someone on Zoom?
Bringing in Margaret Baker. Margaret Baker. Whenever
Hello?
you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Ms. Baker, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm the victim of the previous council and its decisions. I would like to invite the residents of Teaneck to come out here to Decatur Avenue and see what's going on. I know Debbie spoke about what the buildings would look like in a parking lot. Well, think about what they would look like. I have 2 proposed, or we have 2 proposed 6-story apartment buildings going up on Alfred Avenue. One is directly across the street from my house, and the apartments will have balconies. A little further down Alfred, you want to have canvas. So when you're talking about this is going to become New York City, take a walk out here and see what's going on. The traffic is horrendous. You're going to put up the 2 apartment buildings with 500 apartments and parking for them at the end, under the buildings. And you have the on and off ramp of Route 4 West at Decatur Avenue. A nightmare. And we, the residents of Decatur and Tijan, which is in Inglewood, haven't been told anything about what's going on. They have started with whatever. They dig all day long. The cranes are up in the air. I called the building department to find out about the cranes. The cranes are so high. It was windy. I left my name, my number. Of course, no one called me back. And that's the problem. You talk about everything else, but you don't talk about what you're doing out here and the effect on residents. Where are my rights, my privacy? I'm going to have a 6-story building in my front door, along with 9 of my neighbors. We will not have any privacy whatsoever, but that's okay. I've been asking for speed bumps out here for over 20 years. You think they're out here? No, I really believe the town did not take care of their property out
Baker,
here
ma'am, your time is up. Thank you, ma'am.
because you wanted it to
Ms.
be
Baker? I'm sorry,
redeveloped.
ma'am. I'm sorry, Miss Baker, but your time is up. Thank you, ma'am. Lady in the back.
Good evening. I'm Emma Horowitz. I've been a Teaneck resident for over 10 years. I'm here to ask that the council not rezone our town to allow for cannabis dispensaries anywhere besides where you've already zoned it on Alfred Avenue, and to limit the number of licenses to 1. Several members of our new town council ran on a platform of increased transparency and a more open dialogue with the voting public. Many of us here believe that to be necessary and truly welcome this new approach to governance. Imagine then our disappointment with the town hall. The first 2 hours of the town hall were a joke. In the first hour, the attorney who spoke barely addressed any legal matters, focusing instead on pro-cannabis advocacy and his favorite rock bands instead. The public asked questions and they went unanswered. One such question was how the dispensaries would protect local kids, and Attorney Mondello said that you can direct that question to the cannabis entrepreneurs. Asking the fox how he plans to protect the hen house is obviously absurd. No real answers to our questions were given. This is because the meeting made it clear that no one, not the police, not the principal of Teaneck High School, and not anyone else who spoke from that dais has a plan to protect our children. The second hour, an entire hour, was given to 3 aspiring drug manufacturers and dealers to share their goals for creating what they refer to as a cannabis culture and destigmatizing drug use, as well as telling irrelevant feel-good stories about how they came to decide that drug dealing was the right career for them. That's about 20 minutes per presentation. The only opportunity to hear from an actual substance abuse educator was when one who was in the audience raised her hand. She was allowed to speak for about 2 minutes, almost 2.5 hours into the program. She asked questions about how the children will be protected and where education comes in. Again, there was no answer. And again, it is because no one has a plan to effectuate this. Additionally, that meeting was scheduled for 6 p.m., a time when anyone with a job in the city could not attend, and most people with young families could not either. This left an imbalance in audience participation, and the utter exclusion of those voices on Zoom leaves a mark on this council that it has yet to acknowledge. They have instead whitewashed, making an excuse about comments on Zoom being anonymous. I personally asked what the format of the meeting would be, and I was told that it would be like Good and Welfare, like this, and that people would have an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes on Zoom. That never happened for reasons that are still not clear. Yet the Cannabis Subcommittee report characterizes the town hall as successful. This is truly, truly bizarre to me. Transparency is important to all of us. It is not just a buzzword. I encourage all of you to live up to your campaign promises on this point. The idea of a town hall was fantastic. I was very excited about it. It is a shame that none were held prior to Teaneck opting in, but what happened on January 25th was a farce. I urge this council to hold off on making any decisions on rezoning our town until people on council who are voting, not just the subcommittee, have had the opportunity to hear from voices of caution and substance abuse educators for longer than 3 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. What was your name for the record, miss? I think it was Emma Horowitz. Emma Horowitz. Emma Horowitz. Horowitz. Do we have someone on Zoom, Mr. Clerk?
Rita Rosenbluth.
Hi, my name is Ilana Rosenbluth. I'm sorry, Frida is my daughter, who is, I guess, signed into my account. I have lived in the south of Cedar neighborhood at Teaneck for the past 16 years. I would like to urge the town council not to change the current zoning for cannabis dispensaries and not to allow cannabis dispensaries to open in the commercial areas of Teaneck. Everyone seems to agree that cannabis should be kept out of the hands of children and teens. It is for that reason that recreational cannabis dispensaries should not be placed near residences, schools, and parks. And by the same argument, 7-Elevens and pizza shops. Teaneck is a beautiful, walkable town where residents, schools, and parks are closely intertwined with our commercial spaces. Our children can walk and bike to school, to the supermarket, to the pizza shop, to 7-Eleven, and to the movie theater. There are simply no safe spots in commercial districts for cannabis dispensaries. Cannabis is frequently compared to alcohol, but there are significant differences between the two. Cannabis, unlike alcohol, is routinely packaged in gummies and brownies that are attractive to children and adolescents. Furthermore, we don't fully understand the impact of cannabis on both children and adults. While cannabis is legal in New Jersey, it still remains classified as a Schedule I narcotic under federal law. Accordingly, we lack data about how cannabis can be safely consumed. We have no way of knowing how much of a danger it poses to our children's futures, to the way that they will develop, to the way that they can participate socially, and to the directions that their future careers will take. One thing we can be sure of is that the greater supply and accessibility will increase consumption among this population. These concerns extend to adults as well. There is no breathalyzer equivalent test to see if a person is acting under the influence of marijuana. Exactly how many THC-laced Haribos makes it dangerous to drive. Additionally, there are a number of safety-sensitive occupations where the effects of recreational marijuana usage is very unclear. Can off-duty police officers smoke weed? How about doctors and nurses, firefighters, bus drivers, Uber drivers? Do we want our teachers using marijuana the night before they come in to teach? We know that cannabis use impairs judgment, but how much and for how long? At this point, there's simply not enough information to know exactly what it does. For these reasons, the Teaneck Town Council should maintain the current highly limited zoning for cannabis dispensaries until these vital questions can be more deeply explored. Additionally, I would like to invite anyone who opposes the development of cannabis dispensaries in Teaneck to email cleanairteaneck@gmail.com to join a community of like-minded residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Someone in chambers, ma'am.
Good evening, Tony Nayowitz, resident of Teaneck. I have just a few issues. First, I would like you to consider putting speed bumps or speed attenuators similar to what they have on Sussex Road in Bergenfield, to put them between on Sussex Road between West Englewood Avenue and Cedar Lane, because that section of Sussex Road is like a speedway on many occasions, or to do perhaps a traffic study. Also to do a study of the speeding that occurs on Forest Avenue between Sussex Road and River Road. Even though it splits at two different places along Forest Avenue, it's also like a speedway on many occasions, and it's dangerous to be outside sometimes. I'd also like to ask any members of the council to consider coming to Cedar Lane and doing a walkabout with me to look at the facades and certain issues on Cedar Lane that I think, if addressed, would improve the desirability of the empty spaces on Cedar Lane to prospective renters other than cannabis. And lastly, I also to look at the trees that are there or used to be there, which are very sorry sights, and perhaps consider choosing a different type of tree, because a number of the trees that have been planted over the last few years have not survived. So maybe it's the nature of the tree being selected, not the fact that it's on Cedar Lane. And lastly, I have some handouts that I'd like to give to the council regarding cannabis. This is from a newspaper here in town regarding cannabis and many of the issues that have been raised here, such as different candies being, under the guise of innocent candy, and in fact, it's not, it's laced with cannabis. Analyses of the intensity of the cannabis today as opposed to the concentration of THC 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, and some other misconceptions regarding the innocence and benign dimension of the cannabis today. It's not benign, it's not innocent, and I think there are a lot of considerations that we have to look into before we increase the number of dispensaries here in town. I have a business down the block from a smoke shop on Cedar Lane, and the element that seems to be attracted to that site is not necessarily the kind of element that I'd like my children to be associated with or to be on the Cedar Lane with. So it's a matter of concern. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you please give the clerk the handouts? Thank you.
Bringing in Tia Reed. Tia Reed, you need to accept that invite, please. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Ti. I'm a Teaneck resident. I'm from New York City, and this is my first time actually at the meeting. I'm here to talk about the chicken ordinance. I wanted to say that Councilmember Dean was speaking about a lot of green enhancement to the town, which is great, the solar panel, the hybrid cars. But I think first and foremost, we need to talk about things that impact our bodies. So in order for us to enjoy all those things, we need to make sure that we are consuming healthy things to then enjoy the cars and all that stuff. So my concern is in regards to the backyard chickens. And I am for it. I'm an avid gardener. And since I came into Teaneck, I've been looking to get backyard chickens. And I was happy to find the group that Jesse made, Keep Chickens Teaneck. I like the ordinance. There is a little bit of issues. The main thing that I'm having an issue with is about having a pest control come in once a month. I think that is a lot to ask for anybody. I don't know how we can sustain that. And another thing I would ask to change is for composting of the chicken litter. I think it's used very well for my garden. I'm really excited to possibly be able to use that for my garden. It has a lot of benefits. And if you asked anyone that looks kind of into composting and the benefits, they will tell you that it's better served in the garden around the plants than in the landfill. So that's my point. Thank you to the council members that did advocate for those of us that are still here so late at night to be heard. And thank you again to Jesse for formulating that Facebook group. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Someone in person, sir? Yes, you, sir.
Hi, my name is Hillel Hyman. I'm going to skip a lot because a lot of it's already been said. As a Teaneck resident whose backyard, along with many other properties, abuts Cedar Lane, it is a start to hear that Cedar Lane currently is not open for consideration. However, it's not just about Cedar Lane. Teaneck has a fabric that is woven with residential and light commercial business being next to one another. Bringing pot into commercial zones will make residential areas and therefore the families that live there more vulnerable to drug use. And it should just not be done. Not to mention the blocks and yards that will smell, and no one should have to inhale pot against their will. Not my child, not my grandchild, not even my in-laws. And after all, the American Heart Association and American Stroke Association have both said that inhaling, both on a short-term and on a long-term basis, reduces, impairs cognitive ability. And I just want to say additionally, on a personal note, I bike to New York City often and go down the West Side Highway. Over the last few years, since pot has become more available in New York City, riding from 79th to 158th Street in most of the areas, it reeks and it smells. And what I've noticed over even the last 2 years, and I'm not being just anecdotal, as recently as Friday night, I was walking from State Street in Queen Anne, or State and Teaneck Road, back to where I live adjacent to Cedar Lane. And I can say in the Queen Anne State Street area, near the vape shop, there were a number of gentlemen smoking pot, and it smelled. I was able to see it a block and a half away. I was able to smell it a block and a half away, and I was able to smell it and see it right in front of me as I passed. And I believe that bringing it will just make things worse. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Somebody on Zoom, Mr. Clerk?
Please state your name for the record when I bringing in the Chicken King of Teaneck. You think I just?
Yeah, no, he would. Yeah, no, he would never.
Do you guys know me? No, I did not come up with that. Please accept this invitation. It says the Chicken King. Yeah, I did not make that up, people. I thought you all knew me.
If they are not accepting.
All right. Chicken King, you are losing your chance. I'm going to Jeffrey Kancowitz. Thanks for the laugh, I guess. Jeffrey Kancowitz.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm not going to reiterate the points that Ms. Rosenbluth and others have made about protecting our most precious assets, our children. I want to make you aware of several points. Number one, there's a book titled Tell Your Children the Truth About Marijuana, Mental Illness, and Violence by Alex Berison, a former investigative reporter from the New York Times. I will simply note that at page 127 of his book, he writes about a finding of the National Academy of Medicine, and he provides, quote, the association between cannabis use and development of a psychotic disorder is supported by data synthesized in several good quality systematic reviews. The magnitude of this association is moderate to large and appears to be dose dependent. The primary literature reviewed by the committee confirms the conclusions of the systematic reviews. Again, I recommend that you all inform yourself about this matter based upon the book, Tell Your Children. We suffer here from a system of lack of communication and information because the cannabis industry is well funded, well publicized, all in favor. And I think you're beginning to hear residents speak to issues that there's a very significant other side. The last point I'll make is this. If you think that master planning will have a long-term effect on the welfare, composition, demographic, and attractiveness of Teaneck, consider the inimical effect that ill-placed cannabis shops will have both on commercial development and attractiveness to families and others as a community in which to live, raise a family, and lead a life that they may wish to lead absent drug dealing commercial establishments, which the law in New Jersey, not the federal law, has legalized. I ask you to consider very, very carefully your actions in terms of looking to expand cannabis opportunities beyond the present, and study the matter carefully by gathering data that's available in other jurisdictions around the country. Thank you very much for your time and your efforts.
Thank you, sir. Someone in chambers, ma'am, in the back.
Hi, I'm Bashi Tepper, and I'm a pharmacist. I'd like to express my concerns about the opening of recreational marijuana dispensaries, both professionally and as a resident of Teaneck. Marijuana is a Schedule I substance under federal law because of its high potential to be both abusive and addictive. This means that there's no government oversight, no monitoring, no standards of dosing, or evidence-based clinical trials to determine its efficacy and safety. Today's marijuana is not the marijuana of the 60s. In 1960s, marijuana had a THC concentration of less than 2%. Now we are seeing concentrations of over 80%. Toxic chemical, how do we get to this 80%? Toxic chemicals and carcinogens like butane, propane, arsenic, and ethanol are being used to extract THC to make it more concentrated and potent, thereby making it more abusive and addictive. Do you want these chemicals and carcinogens in your body? Nobody is monitoring it. The bud tender, who is a salesperson in the dispensary, is untrained in the medical field. Yet, when you come in and you say that you are anxious, have pain, have insomnia or depression, they will then dispense for you medication. As a pharmacist with over 7 years of training, and I was trained in the medical field, I am not allowed to prescribe to you any kind of medication. I have to follow what the doctor says. Bud tenders sell you what you want, usually a highly concentrated product. The higher the concentration, the higher the price, the more revenue brought in, and the greater risk of abuse and addiction. Do they ask you if you have any pre-existing conditions? If you are on any medication? Do they tell you if there are any side effects or drug interactions or long-term effects? Most patients don't even admit to their doctors that they're using marijuana. Marijuana can affect the type and amount of anesthesia. Regular users of marijuana usually requires more anesthesia in order to achieve the same degree of sedation. Yet most patients don't disclose that to their anesthesiologist that they're using marijuana. Imagine being under a knife and having surgery, taking marijuana, and not having the proper anesthesia. It also increases the complication of surgery. After surgery, it raises our blood pressure. It increases our heart rate and our risk for heart attacks. There's been an increased trend in hospitalization for cardiovascular events in 18 to 39-year-olds. Cannabis has the highest conversion rate to schizophrenia, more than meth, more than opioids or LSD. 35 to 45% of users can suffer a psychotic event. Can't finish?
Thank you, ma'am.
I had so much more to say.
Sorry, I only get 3 minutes, but you can always email it to us in the clerk. You can always email your comments to us in the clerk. Ms. Goldberg, I think you had a question.
Mr. Mayor, can you do a show of hands to see if the council's in favor of stopping good and welfare at midnight?
I have 3 hands on Zoom.
I think if we got this far, it defeats the purpose. We should just listen. I think the point was to end good and welfare, then we speak to end good and welfare,
Let's
and
keep
then we
going
vote
then.
on the consent agenda.
Okay, let's keep going then. On Zoom, Mr. Clerk.
I see Miss Margaret Baker, you spoke this evening during Good and Welfare. If you have any other comments, please email council and or myself. I'll be sure that they see it. I'm bringing in Sebastian Castillo.
Hello.
Sebastian, what's up?
Hey, good evening, everybody.
You have 3 minutes.
I've been tuning into the meeting, and I'd like to say thank you to the council for organizing the cannabis forum a few weeks ago. I am one of the license holders, and I am grateful of everybody who gives their opinion, and it gives how they express how they feel about cannabis. I have 3 minutes. I know that's not entirely the world, but you know, if you need to find me, you can reach me. But I did want to speak on a few of these ideas that were being, concerns that were being raised by residents. Just to make it clear, there was a police report that came out about cannabis being sold, cannabis products even to minors here in town already. And let me remind you, there are no licensed dispensaries in town. So, I mean, a lot of the concerns being raised, like access for kids, regulation, cannabis being consumed outside. All of these are concerns that get better addressed with legal cannabis. To dispel one myth, especially when it comes to children, all these cannabis dispensaries by law separate the retail area from the entrance with a staff security to make sure that no one who's under 21 gets in the door. That's currently not the case. And as you can imagine, if you were not to regulate alcohol, how easy it might be for minors to access or what dangers might come from a non-regulated product. So a lot of these concerns that residents have actually get improved by having a well-regulated legal cannabis dispensary in town. And then lastly, I'd like to just mention that, there is a social equity component to the legalization process. And we're not wannabe drug dealers. This is a booming legal industry that we are hoping to be a part of. And we're hoping that 73% of residents said yes to cannabis in town. So it seems like cannabis is coming into town. We just want to do it in the best way possible. That's the most controlled, the most harmonious with the town at large, and also implementing this opportunity for social equity and local operators to get involved in this booming industry that can have a lot of economic ramifications positively for the town, while also making the town a more controlled environment with more opportunity to have open discussions and to make sure that these specific points of concern are well regulated and actually implemented as to the letter of law and as by operators who really care about the integrity of the town and bringing this into town. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Castillo.
Sebastian.
The lady with the mask.
Can we?
Oh, yeah, you're
get a
right.
motion to extend the meeting to 12:00
Motion to extend the meeting to 12:30.
and 12:15?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The lady with the mask.
Susan Calvis, and I live in town. Excuse me?
timer.
Sorry.
sorry.
I've been living in this town.
Again, for the record, I'm sorry.
Susan Calvis. I've been living here. I have my house for 18 years here. I love Teaneck, and this is the first time I've ever been in any type of meeting, but this is really important to me. And I have to admit, I've been so ignorant. I had no idea that you guys were planning. There was the last council was with Alfred Avenue, what was planned. And all of a sudden I got an email from one of our neighbors about this cannabis council. And I attended the forum on Zoom. And I was really surprised because I just didn't see any information. I just thought it was kind of like advertising, and there was no medical side. And I was really concerned because about our children in town. So I just want to know, a lot of people are like me, ignorant, who didn't realize what was going on. And I don't think that forum was well advertised. I actually found out about kind of like accidentally. Why? I'm not really that ignorant. I work really hard. So if you're going to make this type of decision, you have to make sure that this town is aware what's going on in here, because that poor woman who lives at Alfred Avenue, it's not fair for her. That's her neighborhood. It's not only there, but in the meantime, this is my neighborhood. I love Teaneck. I don't want Cedar Lane to turn into this. This is just completely horrible for me. And you have to think very carefully and make this decision very slowly. This is not something that's going to happen this year. So I don't care, what goes on, but you have to make sure it's advertised and people know what's going on here. It is very disturbing to me. And in terms of just one other thing I wanted to make so mail-in ballot to legalize, to decriminalize marijuana was during COVID. A lot of people were too upset to actually know even what was on that ballot. And not everyone voted. So when he said just now 73%, that is not true. 73% of people here might have, maybe, it wasn't even, properly represented in terms of people voting. Maybe they voted to decriminalize marijuana, but we did not vote to have dispensaries in that town. That was something that the council extrapolated and said, okay,
you said that you were gonna say, decriminalize it, so let's just have, dispensaries in our town. A lot of us do not want it, and you have to listen to us, and you have to make sure before you make that decision that people really want it in here, because it's really not your position. It's not what your council wants to do. It's what the town wants to do. Maybe I didn't see this eloquently, but I feel very strongly about this, and it's very upsetting, and I am going to spread the word, and I'm going to make sure that everyone knows what's going on here, because people are working and they don't know.
Thank you, ma'am. Someone in Zoom, Mr. Clerk.
I'm bringing in Keith Kaplan.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, 3 minutes.
Good evening, council. I know when a couple years back I had proposed it, we worked with the manager to use open space funding to create bathrooms for parks. We had placed the modular bathrooms in Phelps, and about 6 to 8 months in, it's proved very popular. I wanted to check what the plan of council is to continue putting those into parks throughout the town. Regarding ethics and financial disclosures, for years, Mayor Dunleavy was told by some sitting in the room that a designee for the planning board was illegal, only to hear the same people now congratulating Ms. Belcher on being the new mayor's designee. I realize that people can reasonably disagree about that particular issue. But one thing that no one should disagree about is that people with a financial stake in our land use boards or council should file a financial disclosure form. I requested through an Open Public Records Act that the clerk provide the forms. He sent me to the state website. 6 of the 7 council members are listed. Our planning board mayor's designee is not one of them. I know that Mr. Sohn said that these are issues that the ethics board should take up. I'm curious what the ramifications would be. Finally, I wanted to note that in the history of prohibition, specifically for alcohol here in Teaneck, we wound up seeing far more arrests and problems after prohibition than before. And the reason was that high taxes kept a thriving black market, and law enforcement had to focus on that in order to maintain the tax revenue. It's important to keep that tax money low in order to combat the black market. The black market is where the kids are going to be getting the product far more than anywhere else. But when the tax revenue is so high that it continues flooding the black market and funding a black market, it's contrary to the goals of what we should have in town. And the last thing I wanted to ask about was a topic Mr. Reich brought up. Where exactly were the votes regarding how to proceed with this? The subcommittee indicated that they held a forum. The subcommittee indicated that they put out a survey. They indicated that they are reviewing the information and they are contacting the attorney to take further steps. But at what point is council involved, and what authority does the subcommittee have to do all these things? And how is the community supposed to be informed? As someone who has, I'm not necessarily pro or against cannabis, depending on how it goes. The details are very important. How does someone know that if, as of right now, the clerk indicated that there were no votes in any of the minutes from when this council took office to present regarding holding a forum, holding a survey, taking any further steps? So if council is not taking any action, how is the public supposed to know what's going on?
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Hi, Leanne Foreman. I'm a 30-plus year Teaneck resident. I spend my days educating kids about substance use and prevention. I spend my evenings counseling families who are dealing with addiction in their family. Anybody who doesn't think marijuana is addictive is wrong. It is often the only drug of choice of people who are simply not functioning in life, who are using it constantly, getting high. Not just talking about teens, talking about young adults and middle-aged adults in our town, people I know personally who are struggling with this. I'm going to put all that aside because this is not about adult usage. It's not about what people choose to do recreational, but there are dangers that we have to be aware of. Everything that's come out of Colorado and the other states that legalized way before New Jersey, emergency service costs are up, mental health issues are up, underage use is up. And on average, kids were 12 to 14 years of age a couple years ago in terms of the average use of substances. That age is now plummeting. And a lot of that has to do with legalization. Why? Because our kids don't think it's harmful. They think it's no big deal. And I can tell you that from working with thousands of kids. As of this past week, cumulatively in the last 4 years, we've educated over 10,000 kids, 6th to 12th grade with our programming, with our evidence-based prevention programming. And the questions we get all the time since legalization in New York, New Jersey, and elsewhere, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? And then they go and tell us where they're getting it from. And in this town, they're getting it from RJ's convenience store, clearly. And I'm sorry to single out one vendor, but I'm going to do it publicly because our kids are telling us they are able to get it either directly or indirectly. It's edibles and it's other products. The other stores that are around town, I know that kids are getting it from there too. The problem is, even if you clamp down on the people that are going in that are under 21 and the smoke shops that are selling to them, it doesn't stop at 21 plus going in and buying and then reselling. And that's where these kids are getting it. Unfortunately, they're just getting it from people who either they're getting it sold directly to them and they're under 21, or they're buying it from people in their 20s or older who are buying it legally. As far as Mr. Castillo is concerned, I respect his right to have a business. I respect his entrepreneurship, but he's simply wrong. In places where cannabis is available, it is more accessible. And again, for the same reasons, the same way that smoke shop can sell to a 21-year-old, someone else can go in, buy recreationally, resell it. It's the resell is a danger. Also the visibility issue that we're showing our kids this is okay. We're normalizing it. I think that was talked about in the forum, normalizing cannabis, destigmatizing it. I agree with decriminalization 110%. But you're talking about something that it's visible to our kids and it's just sending the message over and over again. It's no big deal.
Thank you, ma'am. Zoom.
Yes, I'm bringing someone in. Miss Margaret Baker, I see your hand. You spoke during good and welfare. I don't want you thinking that I'm just putting your hand down willy-nilly. I'm bringing in Chuck Powers.
No, I think he spoke during a public hearing, right? Did he speak
Yeah,
during
he
good and welfare?
did not
spoke
speak during good and
He spoke
welfare.
during 2 public hearings, I think.
Yes, we have
Yeah.
3 public hearings this evening.
Yeah, you do have 3 public hearings, and I thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak again. Let me take a few minutes to commend this council. Not everything, certainly not all the decisions you've made tonight are those I would agree with, but let me note the sort of the different way in which this council is proceeding on really important issues, primarily related to transparency. You made the right decision not to do chickens tonight, and your reason was, who could possibly know what was in that very complex ordinance that just appeared on the website tonight? You also have a process whereby instead of your subcommittees disappearing, as Mr. Kaplan's had for 8 months, we actually get reports coming out of the subcommittees. The one on cannabis may have been too laudatory of the forum, but the forum was a new start in town toward getting the public involved, particularly if there's a survey associated with it. It also forces into public life things that were hidden, like what goes on in the zoning subcommittee. If you want to get really terrified about the fact that some parts of this council have not yet given up on the use of redevelopment as a way to call half this town blighted, then go and read the 23 to 28 page portion of the agenda packet for tonight, where you will find that Mr. Schwartz has revitalized almost everything that he has been thinking about in the context of the zoning subcommittee. But this time, the public gets to see what he's doing. And the fact that Mrs. Baker's house is something that you should all go see, because If you want to say what it is that the ANR is doing to this town, just go take a look at this. It is important for this body to do as it's beginning to do. It was right for you to push the decision about ethics. I wish you'd pushed it out a little further, but please do have a public forum. Get the public's views on these very controversial issues. It's hard to figure out what the right policy is on some of these issues. I am very glad that you folks have adopted processes by which we at least know what you're doing and can watch it. And thank you for allowing all of us to be part of good and welfare. It was something the last council worked very hard to shut off. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Deputy Mayor G.
Motion to extend the meeting to 12:30.
Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. Someone in chambers, the gentleman in the back in the corner.
Time is it, son? Is it good evening or good morning yet? My name is Uri Horowitz. I'm a 10-year resident of Teaneck and first-time speaker before the council. My position and what I'd like to ask is that I'd like you to limit the number of dispensaries that sell cannabis in Teaneck and only limit the licenses to one. But what I wanted to just address real quickly, everyone has made excellent points, but the one I just wanted to raise was regarding the survey. The survey didn't ask for any proof of address or any identity in any way. Most people in the town did not know about it. In order to see it, you either had to be on a Facebook group or you had to be signed up for the town emails and then open that email. So the town sends out lots of alerts when it comes to snow and snow removal and municipal goings on. So there is a way of reaching all of the Teaneck residents. And I suggest that that's the way the survey should be done in the future. So it hits all of the residents in Teaneck. To some of the points that people made, they're not even aware of what's going on right now. I think just as an anecdotal point, I think former Mayor Dunleavy noted that he voted 3 times with different email addresses. That kind of makes the point that the survey, although well-intentioned, is probably useless. And I would discard any of the results that came out of that survey. And I'm going to say this, even which way it trended. It doesn't matter which way it trended. The survey was not going to be effective. I wanted to tell you that my position on the dispensaries do not belong in Teaneck in the commercial areas. Other towns that have brought it in, put them along the highway, along Route 4 and Route 17. And I strongly suggest that the town council learn and consider why those towns did that in that way. And I will suggest that it was to keep their residents safe because they were concerned about their residents. And I suggest the town council take a page out of their book. Personally, we moved here from the city and we wanted to be part of a quality of life and we want the town to uphold that. I live near Cedar Lane and I want to grant my 13-year-old an appropriate amount of independence so that he could walk to 7-Eleven to buy a Slurpee with his friends. I'm already uncomfortable due to the smoke shop that has intoxicated people there day in and day out and often smells like marijuana. Adding a dispensary to our commercial areas where our kids and teens hang out sends the wrong message and endangers all of our youth. Let's keep cannabis away from Cedar Lane, the Plaza, Teaneck Road, and all other commercial districts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, someone on Zoom.
I'm bringing in Seth. Again, I'm sorry, Miss Baker. I just don't want anyone thinking I'm putting hands down with you. Seth, please state your name for the record.
Hi, Seth Goldstein here. And as already said, good morning. It's 12:15. So my name is Seth Goldstein. I've been living in Teaneck since 2008. I'm here not to oppose cannabis. Rather, I'm here tonight to support the zoning of cannabis and to quote Mr. Castillo in the best way possible. Namely, limit to those locations in town away from residential areas, schools, houses of worship, and parks. This means to the currently zoned area on Alfred Avenue. We do not need to speculate blindly on what might happen if we allow dispensaries to open around town. We have real-world examples of other states who have legalized recreational use to study. It would be foolish for us to walk down this path without understanding what it actually means for Teaneck's residential areas. In 2017, researchers found that Denver neighborhoods adjacent to marijuana businesses saw 84.8% more property crimes than those without a marijuana shop nearby. A 2019 study conducted in Denver found that the existence of both recreational and medical marijuana dispensaries in Denver neighborhoods are significantly and positively correlated with increased crime. On a more personal level, I used to travel to Seattle for work on a regular basis from 2007 through 2019. Cannabis was legalized in Washington State in 2012. Following legalization, I personally saw a significant decline in the neighborhoods where dispensaries were opened, including more muggings, harassments, assaults, and even shootings right outside of my office. Additionally, the smell of marijuana is pervasive in the city despite being illegal to smoke in public. These studies and my personal experience show that crimes and marijuana exposure are a huge risk for people living anywhere near a dispensary. Furthermore, the dispensaries themselves are easy targets for burglaries, given that they are cash-only businesses. Placing these businesses around town will only increase the burden on the Teaneck Police Department. The zoning for cannabis retail shops should not be expanded beyond the Alfred Avenue area because all of the other currently proposed areas are directly adjacent to residential districts or close to our children. Of the several commercial areas named as possible expansion zones in the town survey, each is dangerous for different reasons. Again, I'm supportive of the opening retail establishments in town in the right location. This means away from residences, houses of worship, schools, parks, and playgrounds. Let's take examples from our neighboring towns and locate these businesses where they make the most sense. For example, Ascend in Rochelle Park is located on Route 17, Rise in Paramus on Route 4, Apothecarium in Lodi on Route 17. The only location that fits the bill is the Alfred Avenue location. I urge the town to limit the zoning to this area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Someone in chambers, Ms. Lori Fine.
Hi, thank you very much. And I just want to say thank you to the council and to everyone for staying so long, because I know I'm ready to turn it in a while ago. A couple things. One is on a personal level, I would like to say that this is utterly shocking to me that the council would even consider the possibility of putting this anywhere in any of the commercial areas in Teaneck that are near the residential areas. I have 5 daughters, 3 teenagers and 2 in their early 20s. 2 of them already have told me that outside the vape shops, where they work, one of them works at Miss Rose Place, Pottery Paint and Love on Cedar Lane, and has to walk by that vape shop over in that area of town. The other one works over near the Jewish Center, and she has to walk by the vape shop on this lower part of Cedar Lane. And both of them have told me repeatedly of how they're constantly smelling weed when they walk by there, that it's scary for them, that there are people there who are intoxicated and rude to young girls. I'm talking 13 and 15 years old, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous to our children beyond the temptation of marijuana, which I'm hoping, thank God, my kids so far don't have. But it is dangerous to bring this here, and it is shocking to me that the people on this council, who I know care very deeply and have their own children, would really consider this. I can't believe it. The other thing that I really can't believe is when I asked how much money they were thinking that that was revenue driven, that this is somehow a revenue driven effort. And when I heard that this is a couple of $100,000 a year in a town budget that is in the hundreds of millions, it's shocking that such a tiny amount of the budget, that there would be any consideration of putting our children in danger, of increasing the police, the cost to the town residents in the police, which would almost entirely be offset. I mean, we talked about having 2 additional employees just to monitor a few houses of chickens. How much more police force do you think it would take to monitor the number of people who would be brought into our town? The car accidents, the medical issues, the harassment cases, prosecuting those cases. Those expenses are astronomical. Those are probably in the millions when you add it all up. And it is certainly more than what would offset this tiny amount that they're expecting to make in tax revenue. Last, I would just like to say one small word about something that Mr. Sebastian Castillo brought up as far as a social equity issue. Now, I was not able to attend for a family reason. I wasn't able to attend the other forum. I didn't hear the full discussion. However, I cannot for the life of me understand how anyone would think that granting 1 or 2 or 10 licenses, even if they are granted to a specific group, would in any way offset anything.
Thank you, Ms. Fine. Your time is up. I'm sorry, but thank you, Ms. Fine. Someone on Zoom, Doug? No.
Yeah, no more hands.
The gentleman in the corner?
Thank you. Howard Tepper, TDEC resident. I'm here today to urge the council to limit zoning for cannabis dispensaries to the Alfred Avenue industrial area and not to expand it into any of our commercial zones. I'm also asking the council to limit the number of licenses to one. I want to discuss a couple of issues in the way the council approached this. First, to thank the council for their commitment to transparency and that the town hall meeting was a start, but there could be some improvements. One is the start time was a little early for people that commute and for people that have children. Number two, participants who were on Zoom did not have the opportunity to participate, although they said we were anonymous. We were not anonymous and had screenshots, so we were not. So in the future, I just think as you guys have really let us stay here and talk tonight in town halls, no matter what the topic, we'd appreciate the ability to speak in Zoom. And also the participation in the town hall by participants was included a sort of a one-sided opinion with an attorney that spoke about his personal feelings on cannabis rather than the legal issues. And it also made it clear to us that no one who in the participation talked about the effect on kids, whether it be the town employees or educators. No one spoke about the town hall about the dangers of the drug, although we've heard that tonight. And the fact that municipalities who have seen legalization around the country have had lots of issues. So again, we appreciate the transparency and we urge the council to hold off on making any decisions on rezoning until they have the opportunity to hear the voices of caution and substance abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tepper. Is there anyone on Zoom? No? Someone in chambers, ma'am? Mr. Tepper. T-E-P-P-E-R.
I'm Rosalie Greenberg and I'm a Teaneck resident, about 22 years. I'd like to know who will oversee the following at the Teaneck marijuana dispensary. If they get illegal weed or illegal drugs being sold, will someone oversee cash sales? If there's cash around, the dispensary is open to theft of the cash and the marijuana. Will these offenses be prosecuted and will our police be further burdened? What will the impacts of widespread of the drug use on Teaneck's tranquility? Will crime increase? Will traffic accidents and fatalities increase due to drivers high on dope? There were 75 more fatalities per year in Colorado after the legalization of marijuana. JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association, did a study on that in June of 2020. Has our Teaneck Police Department weighed in on this? As we heard at the recent marijuana forum here in Teaneck, reparations will be made to formerly incarcerated marijuana users or dealers, ex-cons, by having them run these dispensaries. Is this what we want for Teaneck? We are opening a Pandora's box.
Thank you, ma'am. Someone on this side? Someone on this side want to speak? No, Cheryl Hall? Oh, Cheryl, before you speak, do we have a motion to extend the meeting till 12:45?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Ms. Hall, the floor is yours.
Let me know when you're ready. That's all right. No? Okay. Cheryl Hall, lifelong member, lifelong resident here of Teaneck. And I wanted to thank everyone here for really doing a great demonstration of listening to your constituency, to the people, the residents, staying this late on a day that I'm sure you all probably had other plans. So I thank you for listening. I wanted to tell Danielle, I think Teaneck leadership is a great idea. So I've told you now in public, please sign me up for that maybe. And I wanted to thank our health officer for a fantastic presentation. And it answered a lot of questions that I have.
When it comes to cannabis, one thing I know for sure, we probably need a lot more education and study. That's what I'm hearing right now. But I'm kind of missing something because I thought it was just Alfred Avenue that was voted on from a previous council. So if you can take some time tonight in your response and clearly kind of tell me, I think a lot of the extra stuff is confusing people. So they think other sites are being looked at. I can't find that documentation anywhere other than social media. So, you know, if it's out there that you're looking at other spaces or places, please, if you can really be concise with your facts of what exactly is going on and where. One thing I do want to point out, and I pointed that out to a few people here tonight, and they've actually agreed with me. Why was it okay last year in Alfred Avenue? Margaret Baker lives there. Why was it okay then? I've heard a couple people call in, keep it there. So I'm troubled. There are children in Margaret Baker's area too. We all matter. That really tells me we've got a long way to go. But my hand's reaching out, you know, but we have a long way to go. We should want the same for all of our children. So I'm open to being educated more about cannabis. I also know alcohol is a big offender in terms of addiction. And you wouldn't allow people to drink in public, on the corner. So there is something to be said. I hate the smell. I think you all know that. There is something to be said about curtailing public intoxication on any substance. But I think we need more forums, more education, more people to come in and speak. Be very careful about what you say. Because if someone says, oh, we're considering another area, they get caught up and
Cheryl.
misnomer happens.
Thank you, Cheryl. In chambers on this side, anybody on this side? Mr. Rose?
Howard Rose, Teaneck resident. I'm not born here, but I've lived here well over 40 years and they're all adult years. Maybe that makes a little bit of a difference. I'm concerned about the planning board and the way it's holding meetings and where it's holding meetings and what's said at meetings. And I was on the planning board for about 17 or 18 years. So I've seen what goes on there. And right now, there's so much contention about the meetings, where it's held, whether there's electronic supplements so people can be heard, whether it's on Zoom, whether it's not on Zoom, whether it's in person. We even have a chairperson who makes statements that a variance is going to pass before it's even discussed. Why isn't that person recusing themselves after making that kind of a statement? Why is that person allowed to even be there after making that kind of a statement? We've got problems there that are not being addressed. It's a board that has not reviewed the master plan. I was on the board in 2007 to help write the master plan when it was revised then. I was on the planning board and made many requests over the years. Why aren't we doing the recreation plan? This is a state mandate. This is not up for conjecture as to whether you want to do it or don't want to do it. It's a matter of that you have to do it. And you should be doing it on a timely basis. And when it's not done on a timely basis, we see the impact that it has. Green Acres money. Township residents pay for what they get unless it's supplemented by outside sources. Got a wallet in my back pocket. I'd like to keep it full.
Anybody in chambers? Batting cleanup, the lady from Bergenfield.
Diana Clegg, Bergenfield. I want to thank Councilman Schwartz when I was at the last meeting for attempting to help me, but I was very distraught that night and I wasn't seeing clearly. So I thank you for making the effort to help me. And I apologize to you for the way I behaved, but I don't apologize to anyone else. So, be it. I finally received what I felt was some compassionate help from one of your employees 2 days after the council meeting, after numerous phone calls. She listened to me. She put up with me crying, hysterical about losing my insurance. And I was complaining to her about the man that I got to talk to for insurance that was put in touch with me by Tina. I gave him personal information. I didn't know him. I told him what drugs I was on, thinking I was going into the pool for the employees. Well, the letter I got was sent to me in error. I wasn't going into the pool. I was going into an independent insurance product that I did not look for, did not ask for. Fortunately, on that Thursday, the state called me to tell me that they reinstated me. And maybe a half an hour later, the employee called me to tell me I was reinstated by the state. And 2 days after that, 4 days after that, I got a call from Tina that I have to cancel the policies that I was put into because nobody can have 2 medical policies in Medicare. So now it was another 2 days spent on the phone trying to get these policies canceled. The employee did tell me if I happened to get a bill from the policies I canceled, that it was to go to her and she would handle it. So lo and behold, today, I got mail. I got a bill for my first payment due March 1st, which I'm giving to the town.
Thank you, Ms. Flagg. Thank you, Ms. Flagg.
If you think you've been wronged in life, no matter what it is, fight with every tool at your disposal. And I'm telling all the people against marijuana, organize and fight. Don't let what happened to Bergenfield happen to you. We're going to have a marijuana farm, and it's been approved by the Cannabis Commission. It's going to be in the Sears building. They're going to
Thank you,
grow
Ms. Flagg.
and manufacture.
Thank you, Ms. Flagg. Thank you, Ms. Flagg. Mr. Abbott.
Is here for his side. Hey, Tom Abbott, Teaneck. I'm amazed to see we've had Teaneck's own version of reefer madness with a touch of election denial. The election doesn't really count because Teaneck people are too stupid to understand what they were voting for. They thought it wasn't about legalization, or that the 73% is not important because not everybody voted. Yeah, you've heard a lot of statements about studies. Before believing any of this nonsense, look at the studies themselves, not the newspaper articles. People send me these studies, I look at them, and they don't say what the newspaper articles say. They certainly don't say what these people have said here tonight. Anyway, I hope I'm the last person here. I'm not sticking around for your answers, but I will watch them later. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Nobody left on Zoom, right, Doug? Nobody left in chambers want to speak, so good and welfare is closed. Who would like to start us off on council? Mr. Schwartz, would you like to start us off?
Yes, sure.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'll jump right in. Just a few things. First of all, Mr. Greenfest, thank you very much for sticking around. Your comments were very important. We actually recently did a phase 1 environmental study on the environmental damage, shall we say, about DPW. That came back negative, so that came back with issues. So we went ahead, spent quite a bit of money on a phase 2 study. We'll get you the report. Relax, we'll get you the report. It was about 12, 14 or 16 months ago. Because it's about $1 million to clean up. Our goal, we'll be talking about it beginning at our March 3rd subzoning committee, is to move the DPW to another site and to commence the cleanup of the site. And to restore the waterfront to public access as well. So I'll work on getting you copies of the dates of the report. I'll get over to you. My phone number is 917-902-9303. It's also on the website. We'll get you copies of that study. We'll get you the information from that study, which was again about 14 or 16 months ago. We almost 16 years ago, we had a subzoning committee in person, and we are not having any, there is no plans to move 205 Cedar Lane forward for any dispensary that the subcommittee decided on. So I'm sure you'll hear more about that from everyone else, but there are no plans. But Alfred Avenue, I think it's important to realize last year we put forth Alfred Avenue as a dispensary. That is in a warehouse district. I urge everyone, Mrs. Hall especially, we'll go down there together to look at Alfred Avenue. Alfred Avenue is an industrial park. It's been mentioned in the master plan as well, that it's an antiquated industrial park. We are putting up 2 buildings that front Route 4 in this industrial park. There's only 4 township residents that live in that vicinity, unless there are people sleeping in the farm in the warehouses. It is completely obsolete. The dispensary approved, and the reason why many people mentioned it is over 1/3 of a mile off the exit down past Miss Baker's house, who lives at the exit on Route 4, and it is completely surrounded by factories. So with that, I thank everyone for coming out tonight. We are welcome to come back at our next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Councilwoman Belcher.
Okay, yes, I want to thank all my neighbors for coming out. Your comments and are very, very important. I think that, we think about the fact that residents, you have something to say. It's very important. I know cannabis is a hot topic. I know it. We spend an awful lot of time talking about this. Just know that there have not been any final decisions. We are trying our best to get it right. Most importantly, we're trying to find an area where it is not exposed to children. So it makes sense to look at industrial areas that are far away from residents, far away from parks, far away from schools. But we have a beautiful town, a town that doesn't offer a whole lot of that. So it becomes pretty challenging, but I'm convinced that we will make it right. This is a nod to Black History Month, and quoting First Lady Michelle Obama, that history has shown us that courage can be contagious and that hope can take on a life of its own. And we are courageous in our efforts in terms of getting things right in everything that we talked about tonight. It is our sincere attempt to bring understanding, transparency into our local government. We encourage all advisory boards to work in terms of a hybrid model to encourage citizen participation. It's the right thing to do. It's often the first step in terms of greater town involvement. So I think that we know that videotaping and getting our residents an opportunity to partake in person, but if not in person, certainly by way of listening in to know what is happening. I think we owe it to our residents to do that. I'm glad to see that we're looking at other things. Sometimes we have to table things to get further insight, such as some of the ordinances that we spoke about tonight. I do think that it's important that we grow and innovate our ordinances that intend to be to improve our residents' quality of life. We want to have maintenance measures put into place to make it right, such as our master plan. The master plan is our guiding document into development. So on that note, I just want to here again thank our residents for coming out. Thank you for your comments. Keep them coming. Keep engaging us. You may reach out and you may not hear answer about cannabis. It's only because we're working on it. We are sincerely, wholeheartedly working on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Belcher. Councilwoman Organ.
I just want to bring it back to the process again. There are people who are waiting for answers from us. There are people who write us letters. I read every letter that I got on cannabis this week, and there were many, and I answered almost all. There's a few more I haven't caught up on. But we do hear everything that everybody says. We hear it when you write to us. we send back phone numbers, we speak to you, we have forums, we have these meetings. There's no lack of opportunity, I think, for anyone in this town to reach us, to speak to the manager, to speak to the clerk. Anyone who has a question should get answered, and if not, certainly come. But to end a meeting where we finally get to speak at 1:45 at night means a few things. It means we're not at our best. It also means that we've voted on things without having clear conversation about them. And we need to talk before we vote on things. And just as a side point, it's fine to table. I would have tabled Ordinance 11. The people on Bell Avenue didn't want it, but we could have done that with an explanation. And it's fine to talk about the ethics board and still table it. But we can have the conversation. We don't need to jump and table. The chickens, absolutely. We didn't get the ordinance till this morning. I happily would have voted to table it. But it's okay. We're allowed to have discussion on these things until we table. And once we table, we're not allowed to talk about it anymore at all. And I don't think that shows the public how we're thinking about things. So I would love for this to be the last meeting that ends at 1:45 and that is run this way. If everyone disagrees with me, then, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that this is okay. I don't think that this is what the process should be. And I don't think this benefits the residents, the people that are in chambers, the people that are in home watching, and the people that want us at our best.
Thank you, Councilwoman Goldberg.
So first, I just want to voice that I agree with Councilwoman Oregon's concern regarding the order of the meeting tonight. Going forward, I would like to ensure that we follow the agenda time, hear everyone, and let everyone speak prior to business. No one on this day should have any predetermined vote, and the voice of the entire public should always be considered when making a decision. To everyone that spoke on cannabis, I want to thank you for your comments and inputs. I would just like to repeat that the opt-in decision was made in August of 2021 without any public comment. And the zoning for all licensing to Alfred Avenue, a decision Ms. Baker has called in numerous times over the last year and a half. We hear you and we will continue to hear you. Your input is being heard, and I'm repeating again that the priority right now is on the process, an application, a checklist to former Councilwoman Romney Rice's request at her last meeting, capping licenses in Teaneck, addressing distance concerns to schools, fees, and any safety concerns that we can. While zoning is part of the conversation, my first priority is addressing the cannabis process in Teaneck. I've spoken with a number of members of the group, and I'm happy to do so at any time. We hear you. Laverne, Deputy Mayor Katz and I have been working together with the manager on lighting issues in Teaneck, and we would happy to come take a look at Anna Street with you. Lighting is a serious issue in Teaneck and one we take very seriously for our residents. And the health and safety of our residents is always a top concern. I understand all concerns regarding drinking water, and we're committed as a council to finding appropriate uses for the DPW, which will include public input from all residents. Whatever plan we have for the DPW will include proper remediation and the consciousness of the local ecosystem. Tony, I'm happy to come take a walk with you on Cedar Lane anytime, and we'll be in touch next week. And anyone that would like to reach me, my number is 845-545-2582, and I'm happy to speak or meet with anyone at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Can we have a motion to extend the meeting another 10 minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Deputy Mayor G? No, he signed off.
Okay, first, just want to commend everyone for participating today. I know it's late. I know many of you are tired, and it's Valentine's Day, or I guess it was Valentine's Day yesterday. So thank you. I think it's amazing to see so many of you taking control of your civic engagement, and I encourage it. To that point, I don't think we should ever limit the amount of time that the public has to speak. I will stay here till 2 o'clock in the morning and listen to you if that's what it takes. I think that's part of what we sign up for, and I don't think we should limit the time that the public has to get in front of us. I'll be really quick on, I'm not going to respond to everything. Just there, many of my colleagues have already addressed it, but I just want to say we hear you on the ethics board, we hear you on cannabis, and we hear you on chickens. By far, those were the most comments that we received. The one thing I wanted to flag, and this is to our town manager, the comment about racially driven differences in ticket issuance was really troubling to me. I just want to, I don't know if we can follow up on that to ensure that that is not the case. But that was one thing that this is the first time I've ever heard of it. So I just wanted to flag that to you, Dean. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My colleagues on council have already answered a lot of the questions and concerns raised tonight, but Dr. Yuck, thank you for your persistence on this flooding issue because we are committed to rectifying it for our residents, and we will also look into the raised sidewalks issue. Ms. Lightburn, we will look into the lighting situation on Anna Street, and thank you for reminding us about that. We will ask our manager to also look into it. Mr. Greenfest, thank you for bringing this to our attention about the DPW, and we will ask our manager to follow up with you about this week as well. Ms. Rogovan, I share the same concerns as you about the train derailment in Ohio, and we were talking to our manager and the county about how we can best protect ourselves. And thank you to everyone who commented on cannabis, chickens, and the ethics board. Mr. Manager, would you like to add anything, sir?
Sure. Just quickly regarding the lighting on Anna Street, I did send a request a little bit over a year ago for additional lighting, and PSE&G back then, I have the email thread, said that would take a good year plus to get these sort of supplies in. They had a shortage in supplies. I will follow up with our customer service rep tomorrow regarding healthcare. With what Ms. Flagg said, she was originally in, not to get too involved in this, Chapter 330, surviving spouse of a police or fireman. They stay in 330. The state removed people from 330. I don't know why they did it. They should not have done it. In order to protect our 330 participants, we put them in a United Healthcare plan so that they had healthcare coverage. The state realized they made the mistake when there was some intervention and put them back into 330. So we'll have to remove the people we protected in United Health and get them back into 330. And our risk provider said if anyone was double billed, they would take care of that cost. So everyone is protected. It wasn't TNEC's mistake, but we did our due diligence in protecting those that were taken out of 330 to make sure they had supplemental D coverage through Medicare.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Second, Schwartz. All those in favor, please say aye. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. Have a good evening.